All right.
Session 7.
Session 7. Last time on the Dreads of the Dragon Coast, the dragons set off west to find the promised path, the secret dwarven route through the mountains that all our fortunes and riches are dependent on. And we found it far west. Problem was that it was a flooded mine shaft in the way, and there was something very big moving down there. And the dragons, who are not great swimmers, all of them, although I think we have a decent swimming team, I'm not sure, I decided to perhaps not go down there currently. Instead, we followed a water pipe for a long while, found some grey oozes that we avoided, and decided to head back because the water pipe was like, oh, that goes on for miles and empties out somewhere in the valley. And I was like, oh, like screw that. And then we headed out and decided to instead perhaps try to lure a great bird down to see what that was about. So Chilraxos put on a show and rolled like a 19 on his bluff check, I think, and called down not one bird but three. And those creatures are very nasty, as it turns out, very very nasty. But everyone blowing their dailies and some very good use of different powers managed to lock down the birds, and we ripped them to pieces. Um, yeah, we then dragged the carcasses back to our camp to display them as scarecrows and just, show the birds who's boss here, at least on the ground. And I think that was kind of it.
We had a conversation with, like, entities from the Unseelie court that have come
Oh, yeah.
recruiting for the Red Banner.
Yes, there is the Red Banner, which is a sort of Unseelie Court is making a move on the like the what do you call it? The Badlands, not Badlands. The steppes to the south.
Centaurs.
Yeah, Centaur tribes are been born there for years, but now they have like Fairy Court backing. So the Winter Court is back in one, the Summer Court is back in one, and then there's like neutrals. It's a, as far as we understood it, it's a enormous mess down there, and we now have a little creepy guy hanging around our camp, being like, "Yes, I can take you to the Dread Masters," and we're like, maybe let him wait while we sort of decide what we're gonna do, because that feels like that's gonna take us out of the valley, and we do have a lot of business still in this valley. And we also managed to send some of those emissaries to the Feyen expedition, so maybe they have sort of killed each other off a little bit. Um, we can certainly hope, because fake creatures are quite nasty, and the Thayans are quite nasty, and if they can battle and tire each other out, that seems great. Yeah.
We also learned that Sheep likes his meat like he likes his men.
Scorched.
No, we did not. That never happened.
Yeah. I think that's it. It was fairly action-packed, combat-wise, and not the most like advancement story-wise. Yeah.
Yeah, and you went back and you were like, let's sleep. We're not feeling all fantastic. And so you did. Birds displayed everywhere, and yeah. You do know that that's something that will happen now, because your government said it. It's about time for the tribute to be gathered. So there's probably some ogres on the way one of these days. However, before we do that, because that might be something relevant to our goals, let's just quickly roll up another hero here, because our two little parties of heroes are currently off in the village of Elm, where they're gathering friends and raiding like a noble kobold lair and getting some goblins away from Thistletop and whatnot. So let's see if they can, if some of them can find someone else to work with. We have, if you remember our two adventuring parties, we have a dwarf who acts as if he's a powerful warlock, and has allied himself with Snoot, the vengeful kobold avenger. Snoot's probably doing most of the work there. Maybe Snoot's already dead and Snoot the Second has arrived, but who knows? There's a lot of them. And then we have the party of Kunsha, the orc barbarian, Novacree, the Eladrin sorcerer, who is incredibly sneaky and just wants draconic power. He's planning to backstab the orc, who's really good-hearted, and like has planned all this out. He's like build his character and everything, but he's just incredibly poor. He doesn't have any money. Maybe the Eladrin is like constantly. Maybe the Eladrin is the party like bank.
Yeah.
He's just like no, there's no money anymore.
No. Incidentally, I have these golden robes.
Yeah, we had to spend a lot. And, doesn't make sense to make shares. We'll just share the money,
It's true.
Yeah. So who wants to? You know what? I'm gonna ask you guys. Which of these adventure parties do we want to add a person to?
I'd rather just roll it, honestly.
Sure. All right. Let's see yeah, let's just roll up a hero.
Alright, what do you need?
We need a d20, and then another d20.
I'll do the second one.
Oh,
Oh no,
sorry.
Valky did both.
Well,
You did like 5 already.
Valky double-fisted.
I'm getting in there early.
oh my, 16 and an 18. Seems like the curse has been broken. We
Of course
have
I did
a hero who, when he dies, will form a legacy, which means that his treasure will be passed on, and other heroes will be inspired by him and take up his cause.
Great, a martyr.
A hero like this, depending on their level and such, might, on their death, inspire an academy training people, to be like them, or a knight order or some such, will be formed by this hero. And beyond that, he's gifted and has an incredible stat line.
Well, great.
Is he an eagle as well?
Not quite, perhaps, but do you want to roll a d20 here so we can see?
It's also a dragon. Like, what?
Sure, sheep can.
Lovely sheep.
I
I
do it.
took his.
Fast forward 3 minutes ago. Let's just roll him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right? He is a monk.
Okay. More strikers.
Indeed.
Alright,
Not really helpful.
there we go. Strike. We need
Gonna
to
just,
if
go
we can,
there and just fucking blast.
I love the idea of this guy creating a legacy and him just having like a whole monastery devoted
Yeah.
to his craft.
better watch out so it's not our monastery that like, oh yeah, that guy was really cool.
I don't think we'll have to worry about that. There's some tight controls over there.
It is Mika, the human monk, who is really quite incredible.
Well then.
Maybe it makes sense that he inspires people around him. So what does Mika desire in life? Why does he join up here? He wants to. He wants to.
be a pacifist.
An ambassador of peace.
Enlighten the world.
He welcomes the new dragon overlords actually.
Currently, he's not in an adventuring party though, but maybe that'll come. All right. So now we have a guy who's going to be given an unfair advantage instead of a disadvantage.
Well, there we are.
I'm glad to have made our lives even harder.
It's what we needed.
You know, we'll see which of these ineffective groups of people he will. Or maybe a personal form. Who knows? Yes. All right. With that done, though, we have your current goals. You currently have 4 goals and 4 open spaces. If you have any ideas.
I would figure the way we usually did this before, when we had 4 open slots, was to have a personal one each to spread it out.
That works, yeah.
Now, of course, I'm running that by everyone first. Is it a thing we could do, or does anyone have any other ideas to
I mean, sure.
hand these
I
out?
do have an idea, although I'm not sure if it's a goal that will be accepted by the majority.
Okay. Well, go ahead. If you have your idea, just say it.
So, you know how there's that log cabin? How about we burn that down because it doesn't belong in our valley?
Just for the sake of it being there and you don't want it there?
Yeah. And
Alright.
we'll also find out what's in it.
Where
Either
is it?
before or after. Depending on how we feel.
I mean, as a personal goal, I have no issue with burning down a cabin, other than I might draw some attention, but
We'll disguise it as a spontaneous bushfire.
I'm fine with investigating the cabin. It's a landmark. There's been kobolds dead at that place mysteriously. It's fine. I'm fine with investigating it.
So burn the log cabin or investigate the log cabin?
It's the same thing, really.
It's not.
in science it is.
No.
Destruction is the path. Well, if it's the personal goal, then go with the burn if that's what you want to do.
Burn the log cabin. Sure, that's a medium goal.
Long term for Veristrix, but he would like to get the wizard, as insane as he is, onto his circle of people he wants to keep close to him for usefulness. Which could probably involve bringing him back to the camp at some point, and maybe getting to figure out what makes him tick, because clearly his worldview is off the charts because he's completely insane. But maybe there's a way Veristrix can kind of strike some sort of deal with him to see what he knows in exchange for something.
Sounds like a medium goal of recruit the insane madman.
Sure.
Take to your bosom the complete lunatic killer madman murderer.
I mean, he was
Crazy.
insane before that. He had a bunch of power, so I mean, the potential is there.
The
Just-
powerful
Yeah,
madman.
Like the former wizard is exactly where Veristrix wants him. Remember that.
yeah,
If
he's
very
there
strict-
because I want him to be there until I have a use for him, which I just decided I want to use for him right now. So. Yeah, but that would be my input. I assume, Jonas, you would want to do something with the fake creatures, considering it's a...
No, I kind of just want to ignore them and hope they go away.
I mean, that's
I
a
mean,
goal.
that's
A goal could be to not
nothing with the
do
fake
something.
creatures.
Yeah, ignore the fake creatures. A medium goal.
Very difficult to follow you everywhere.
Yeah, like hey.
I mean, you can spin
Is
it
that what you
to
want, though?
not
No,
accept whatever
I,
they bargain with you.
Tyraxos would like to. Let's see here. Well, recruit some more militaristic bent minions. The hobgoblins are great. I would like more, because goddammit, we need to set up some patrols. We need to, make a perimeter. There needs to be some goddamn order enforced on this valley, because it's just madness everywhere, and the Iron Fist of Domination is going to come down. But to do that, we need some patrols.
So, recruit enforcers.
Yes.
It's a medium goal.
Alright.
Lots of those, apparently, seems like.
Because, you need the right kind. That's the key.
And so it falls to Dear Grimmett.
So it falls to keeping the goal slot empty.
All right.
That's also a fair choice.
Now, another thing you can do after having assigned goal slots is that you can clear one of them if there's one you do not like. Since you just got some, probably that would be acquiring a potion acquisition system. killing the Thayan Enclave, befriending the Nathland Monastery, and claiming the skies of the Serpent Valley.
Oh, fine. All of these are things we're going to
Yeah.
do anyway. They might as well stay.
Okay, sure. Then I will put your goals here. You have them. On the session. And then we will begin to play. Yeah. Gaius has told you. Expect that the ogres will come soon, expecting some money, probably. And to maybe talk to Pale Burgle.
You know, we will head out.
Like usually they come like a couple of them. So
We are. I mean, we can hang around and wait for them to show up, or we head to the Thayan expedition and tell our camp here to just stall them until we get back.
Like, I don't operate on Hobgoblin's timetables. Like these two can be telling us the earnest truth, Gaius and Tiberius. They've told us before that 2 ogres will come eventually. But, like, I don't know when those ogres will show up. These 2 don't know when these ogres will show up. It may be that time. Those 2 ogres could be frolicking in the river. They could be distracted by something else. They could be playing poker with, like, other ogres and, like, not listening to the Serpentine Earl. Don't just want to sit around here and wait.
Yeah. Yeah, if the Hobgoblin could stall them and say, yeah, Pale Burgle is gonna return soon, he is, doing important things, then we can just return and
He's
kill him.
off gathering tribute and pets. There you go.
Yeah.
of course, masters. Just looking to the other one. They don't argue with their masters, but they don't seem to like having to deal with ogres. They're big and stupid.
Renala
Never know what they're
Cold
gonna
Brew
do.
is she's a sly woman. She can probably stall them
Yeah.
out.
Well, if a dwarf like starts talking to the ogres from the encampment, maybe the ogres might figure out something. Maybe.
Doubtful.
I'll shrug and say that worst case they'll all be killed, but that seemed to be the default anyway.
Oh, try not to be. And whatever you do,
being
don't
killed.
let them get the loot, because
We go there and you're living. And they get
okay, if you live and the goal is gone, then there's gonna be a problem. I mean, we have traps and stuff set up, so we can probably defend the camp a fair bit.
Give the impression that if the gold is gone, they might as well be gone too.
Yo.
Good thing to tell them.
But just know that we will find you, and your death will be excruciating.
We have 4 sets of very particular skills.
Yes.
Like us, like the tyranny of Liam Neeson.
Yep. Tyranny of Liam Neeson. 4 squinting Liam Neeson dragons. Yep.
Yeah. That the two goblins will go and be on watch as usual. The dwarves are more relaxed in the camp, sort of keeping things tidy and.
During the 10-day, because of how easy it is to see great birds, have any come closer to the camp, as if to glare at us or give us non-verbal sass?
A couple have, but they've been very high up, circling. It seems like this camp already is it's in the area they would like to eat you probably, but yeah, the dead bodies do seem to be recognized somewhat. It also revealed a slightly larger one that sort of circled a couple times before flying.
The bird boss. Big bird.
That's the one we need to catch. We need to lay a trap and then like have lassos, latch onto it, and then we can ground it.
Just grapple it.
Hmm.
Latch on.
Yes.
In other news, though, the creeper seems to hang around the outskirts of the place, still very patient. If ever seen, when you come close to like speak to it or something, it just bows and speaks politely. If like in a slight sneering voice, that's probably just its voice.
It's
It
resting
seems
bitch
good at
voice.
groveling, and also somehow seems incredibly untrustworthy, even if lying is not their expertise. Yeah. You've ended your 10 day. You've slept. It's been a while, and as you do, um, one of the hobgoblins will sort of, Gaius here will sort of go over and do sort of the awkward shuffle he does as he sort of shuffles over and is present, giving like a bow, but not saying anything before he's allowed to say anything.
Right. Tyraxus will wave a claw at him, indicating that he may speak.
Lord Tyraxus, eh, I have been here for a while, and even before that, banditry is not uncommon for the Legion. I notice the faint smoke coming along the trail by the canyon to the east. I believe travelers are coming this way.
Tyraxus peers in that direction. Does he see any smoke?
Now that it's mentioned, maybe like a faint trail.
Huh. And how far out?
It's a fair distance. Guys continues. I believe they will follow the usual trail. Taking them close by here, we could lay an ambush. It's been done before.
Hmm. Yes. This sounds interesting.
Not many people come here. However, if they come here, then who would miss them?
Certainly true. Alright. Alright. A fair suggestion. Tyraxus will nod in a thoughtful manner towards Gaius, indicating that he has, roused some interest, and then he will gather the party, as it were, gather the siblings to relay the information and suggest that there might be lootable riches in a caravan heading this way.
That's all you had to say.
Certainly very convenient, but can't say no to riches.
As long as it's not more cats, because we do have a lot of cats.
So I thought it was actually like fairly pointless to travel through this valley because there's no passage through the mountains found yet. So why are there more traders coming looking for a passage that they're not gonna find? Or maybe they already know where it is.
Maybe they are prospectors, or they believe they can find valuable metals in the mountains. Maybe they're here to get some stone from the old quarry, or who knows. But I do think that travelers in our valley should be investigated.
But if they might actually be useful, then we can't just kill them all.
I mean, sure, but we can take a look at them and see what kind of travelers they are. If we deem them useful, we can give them a choice. And if they're not, but have valuable things, then, we enrich ourselves.
Oh.
Which we will do anyway.
They won't have a choice either way. We'll decide for them.
I mean, naturally.
Let's see what this caravan entails then.
Fair enough. Tilraxis will turn to Gaius and say, "Where would be the best place to lay an ambush, since you have done this before?"
By the river, my lord. If they travel on one side, they will not have an easy crossing. It'll be harder for them to get away, and there is decent visibility while not having to be bothered. Birds fly above.
Right. Excellent. Then we shall make haste towards said crossing.
Would you wish me to accompany you, my lords, or should I stay and await the tribute collectors?
Will the tribute collectors take the same road?
Sort of. I am not sure. The ogres usually do not make fires.
No, I think he can stay here and guard the camp. I think we can take a look at the caravan ourselves.
Wish, man. Shuffle over, climb up again.
Yes, he's done well. He receives a lordly nod from Tyraxus.
Yes. You can do a lot with that.
Yes, I know, right? Status.
Now knows he's better than Tiberius.
Tiberius will never forgive him. He must gain the favor.
Right, so ambush by the river.
Yeah.
Alright. You aim to go there before whoever is coming then? Yeah, is that where you're...
Yeah,
Yeah.
ideally.
Be a very kind of awkward ambush if we show up and they're already there looking at us.
Oh god! Oh, wait up, please! Oh, goodness gracious!
Right.
Just
Alright. You make your way
we make our way.
there. You have a pretty easy time there. You have been by the river before. It's around where you killed like a bunch of kobolds and encountered a bunch of orcs. So it's cleaned up somewhat now. There's a bear that's eaten a lot of them. Verdalith is taking a good chunk.
Yep.
Yeah. As you're there though, you and why don't we makes sense, I think. Just
He's gonna move us. He's gonna move us.
get together.
Oh god!
I'm scared.
No.
You can't make me! You can't make me!
Ever since the cut and paste incident.
It's 2019. You can't touch me like this.
Do we have permission to copy your
No,
person?
we can't. We'll have to demonetize if we continue that way.
Oh god!
Maybe it's worth it.
All of our big corporate sponsors are gonna back out.
I like the idea of dragons having corporate sponsors.
I mean, there are like
Eventually.
corporate dragons.
I mean, yeah, that
It's like reverse Shadowrun.
As I say,
Yeah.
this is Shadowrun, yeah.
Tyraxis is trying to build an organization here.
Oh, okay.
we still just by the report.
I remember these bushes.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
The land here is soft enough that sort of the bodies and such are slowly began sinking down a bit, becoming sort of part of the undergrowth. The water slowly runs past. The group approaches.
Where would they be coming from?
They will be coming from here,
Oh, okay.
walking along the river probably. Is quite something actually. It appears to be just a few people, not really, 5 in fact. Looking pretty well. 4 of them look like they're carrying pretty heavy burdens, large packs of various sorts. certainly uncomfortable amount of overburdened. They appear to be in effectively backpacks, dragging them. The last person appears to simply be dressed in a pretty easy garb, like a black robe with a hood and face covering, seemingly carrying very little. Walks with light step along with the others. Your dragons, humans look sort of similar to you. As you see the group come this way. Could you give me like a group stealth check?
They do look very similar.
Yes, I certainly could.
I'm very good at stealth, let me tell you.
Yeah, big fat 0.
Oh, God. Okay.
Verstrix wants to be seen, it seems.
Nat 20, like, Valgus has never been this stealthy in his life. So, let's see here.
Can petition to change stealth check to stomp checks? They're just so loud.
Find a power to use your arcana instead of a stealth check.
That doesn't exist.
What? Of course
Not
it
everything
does.
exists. Well, not in core.
Two.
At least.
So yeah, that's just
Well, at least you're closer, and they'll see you first, so I'm
they
fine.
will. Hello.
They probably will see Bill access first. I mean, Redlith is behind a tree in sort of water, which is, and she's green. So though the check to hide is not so much, she's certainly not as eye-catching. Velignis somehow has managed to crawl like halfway up into an old pine tree. Get like a bunch of bird nests all over him. You're actually not really sure which tree he crawled in. They're all a mess over there. Hard to see. Restrix might just do that thing he does where he stands completely still and
Thinks that no one can see him.
I am
He's like,
invisible.
if I don't want to be seen, I'm
I
not seen.
am the forest. You know.
Just standing straight. I was like,
Well,
oh.
Tremexus, I guess, is like pushed like some like branches of pine down in front of him.
No, like I
Just
imagine.
hang there,
Yeah,
with like a stark obsidian, like a stark sort of sapphire blue shining out from his scales,
Yeah,
reflecting the sunlight.
exactly. Or like he
No.
was just he positioned himself so that he catches some sun. Because he likes the shines of his scales and sort of forgot.
His
maybe.
face is well covered, but the butt sort of sticks out on the other side of the tree. But he's pretty big. He's a little bigger than he would be used to.
He's
Growing,
yeah,
growing boy.
he is. He's muscular.
As the monk steps forward and sort of looks directly at Tilbaxas and Verstrix, and as the young ones sort of see that, the monk holds up his hand and they instantly like slip out of their packs that just fall on the ground.
They might be heading for the monastery.
They might. Would we recognize
So-
them as monks?
They certainly appear dressed as such.
And they're dressed in black robes, similar to the ones in the monastery.
This one is. These guys are more like in rags.
Mm-hmm.
They appear fairly unkempt and beaten up. This guy seems fine.
Right. Jurxus will throw a glance over to Verdalith to see if she wants to engage a conversation.
Based on all the years that we spent together, so Raxos can like look at Verdalith like is like looking out at them.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't look like she wants to fight them, but then again, she isn't one for a whole lot of effort anyway.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of like look at him like they're not gonna have anything.
Exactly.
She makes the looks of these are poor people.
You promised treasure.
The strange bird nest filled tree trembles with
And then-
indignation.
I know it's like every indication that we've had from what little we've interacted with the monastery is that all of them are basically set into servitude worse than the ones we employ on our own minions,
Yeah.
and so
I also just like the idea of the bushman that just shakes with anger. It's like, there was treasure! This can be heard from the bush. Did that bush speak? Well,
Strangely enough, the monk still hasn't seen the dragon in the pine. You know.
I can.
He did well.
She'll like get up, like water like dripping off her face to like lumber over, but it's like the ponderous gait of someone who's out for a leisurely stroll, if a dragon could be such, rather than I'm about to like snap and like
leisurely stroll dragon.
I got rollerblades on my feet.
Oh, get Verdlet one of those like skateboards for really fat dogs.
Wow.
Skate along. Whee!
She like takes a few steps forward. Like probably like an old kobold, like rotten body like beneath her feet. Gets stomped further down into the mud. Smooth green dragon voice. You're traveling to the monastery.
Yeah, the man's eyes narrow. I am. And what would you know of the monastery?
Enough to say that you can give its master our regards. And she like swivels like her wide body and makes as if like this conversation no longer interests her, and more kobold bodies like corpses and like skulls.
Crack, crack, crack. Mm-hmm. He seems on guard, for some reason.
For some reason. I don't... Who knows, right?
I mean, I'd be fucking scared, terrified still if 3 dragons came to...
They have different colors too. You're like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah,
but yeah.
He looks at you.
As far as Vertil is concerned, this was part of a scheme to befriend the Naflin Monastery, and, like, this guy is obviously gonna tell, like, Master Hui, like, yeah. And, us not harassing these little folks coming in to serve him, seems like a good idea for her. They don't have anything anyway. Like, look at them. Like, if they had something, she'd probably, like, take it from them, but it's just not even worth it. No effort wasted. She like looks at Tilraxos to like jerk her head, like hoping that like maybe we can do something more interesting, like the Feyen.
Sure. Tilraxos
but Tilraxos, if you show like weakness by letting them just move on, like how is that gonna reflect on you?
Can't turn your hide to anyone.
Are you invoking his compulsion?
Absolutely, yes.
Alright.
Strength moves the world.
Well, I don't.
Nicely done, Chief.
I don't think I have anything to actually cancel that out. So Tyraxos will take a few steps forward, spread his wings a little bit, and then he will say, "You travel through our valley. There is tribute to be paid for such luxury."
And nods. Gestures for the apprentices to pick up their stuff. Just a simple transaction then. I already paid the Earl further down to enter the valley. Is there to be more costs associated with traveling?
The Earl is an impostor that will be removed shortly. We are the masters of the valley.
I have no dispute with the masters of the valley, whether it be the Earl or you.
You know,
I come to the monastery to deliver supplies that cannot be grown here, and to hear if Master Hishi has any more requests. Then I shall deliver to him what he desires. In this case, behind him, more bodies.
Traxos narrows his eyes suspiciously again. This creature is very disturbing to him somehow. But then, you know, he will with one of his jagged claws indicate that the tribute can be placed in front of him.
Step back. Good Talaxos, could you do like an intimidate check?
Sure.
He sizes up Talaxos, you know.
Certainly, I can intimidate.
Let's see what he thinks.
Oops, that's the wrong button. Bad roll.
He'll look to Verlith, leaving, you know.
Vertilith, like, has, like, her head, like, tilted, like, giving, like, Talaxis the side eye. Like, she hasn't, like, she still has basically, like, her tail turned towards the group.
Take some little pouch from one of the apprentices, step forward. As the proponent master of this place, then, I shall pay you the same as I paid the Earl. Forward. Draxus, as he gets close, get this strange sense of, like, unease, as if there's bits of this person that cannot be seen, but that are very close to him.
Yeah, he's creepy. It's a creepy, weird monk person. Alright, Tarectus will look at the pouch.
He drops it down, like catches it on his foot, and just sort of lops it in front of Tarectus. 100 pieces of Nathalan gold. That will suffice.
Tarectus looks at it, seems to consider, and then he will like reach out with his tail and sort of scoop it up. And then he will say, "Proceed."
I hope that this dispute will be handled quickly. Otherwise, my visits will be fewer. To Verlith, I shall bring Master Hiji your regards.
And Vertilith will dip that fat head of hers.
Young men sort of begin to drag themselves further along.
That's when Veliknev goes, "Survive!"
He isn't really too interested. He's mostly interested in how close they'll get before they spot him.
Yeah, gets so close enough, like looks at the tree. You know, not entirely like.
There might be more.
What are you gonna do in that situation? You know, there's also that weird one here that might just be like a silent image.
Is it a statue?
It could be a silent image. We're fucking with him.
Shh.
As he gets close enough to Valaknith there too, Valaknith too feels like almost as if like invisible tentacles come out from under the robes, like rushing across near him.
Psionics creep me out.
Oh, they can get their creepy tentacles underneath the robes and they can stay there.
Tentacles.
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 Right.
Well, I will add 100 gold pieces of Nathalan gold.
Little coins with cats.
Oh, right, cats.
Oh,
Of course.
cats, right, of course.
Like
Maybe we can sell a cat to the monastery.
face
Maybe
on
they
one
love them.
side And a lamazoo on the other one.
Oh, alright.
Okay.
I mean, would the monastery like a cat? Can we
The-
sell it
the-
at like a great price?
The
You would
Nathlans
probably
are the
eat
folks that the dwarves like buy them from to like go trade them to other people.
Oh, okay, sure. They breed the cats, I guess. Or could. Well then, that was curious. I guess the master of the monastery is, you know, I guess his fame is something of a thing. Otherwise, like, would he have a creepy tentacle minion walking around gathering haggard-looking people to serve him?
He has use for manpower,
He does.
and so he has connections that help to bring him manpower in exchange for currency.
Hmm.
Or whatever it is tentacly people trade.
Yeah. Well, with that sorted, and with no ogres in sight, I suppose we should go and take a look at that Feyen expedition.
Alright.
Sure.
Oh dear. I am nervous.
The expedition is quite a distance from where you currently are, so it takes a while to, make your way through this sort of mud swamp of the Central Valley and up the incline and sort of up to the larger, past the nests of the sort of the nesting cliffs of the birds.
Passing by our battle site where Tilrax has lured down 3 birds.
Yeah, the bloody
Oh,
ground.
the memories.
You can hear like the madman singing somewhere in the forest north of where you passed. Continue on. Go basically almost all the way to the cavern entrance here. Though who knows what actually lives in that entrance. So just stay well enough away, given that that's not your target at the moment. As you begin making your way up to one of the cliffside plateaux. As you're near, you do see ruins, larger amounts than you had where you were from, which was basically mostly an entrance into the wall. Here there are those, though most of them appear to be collapsed. Beyond that, it also seems that there are pieces of old walls, structures, sort of standing around. Just sort of standing there, bleached in the sun. Some of them slowly eroded. Some seem to have been moved and knocked about. Yeah. Could you give me a... Well, actually, what's your passive perception? That should be a token.
Grand 11.
12,
13?
13.
Jonas has the best of us with a passive 13.
Great. Yeah. All right.
Very perceptive.
Yeah. So it takes a while before you have to basically get close. Before you notice that there seems to be no animals around here. In fact, as you look around, it seems like that there's a couple of dead, like bony bits of goats and such that clearly have been rotting where they lay, shot with what appears to be crudely made arrows. And typically they're left there at the edge of an area of ruins. You can't see what shot them.
A lack of animals, that's nothing new for us in this valley.
No, certainly not.
After everything the kobolds have done, like the damn birds. Probably nothing to read into it.
Yeah.
Tilraxis agrees.
Even if there was something to be worried about, how would we even investigate the absence of animals?
I should look around to see more of them. Dead.
Okay.
More like goats and stuff, just shot with arrows and
they
left
seem to
to
have been
rot.
shot. Some of them seem to have had their arrows retrieved, the ones that could
Okay.
be, seemingly. But yeah, it seems they've just been killed.
Almost as if it forms like a ring of perimeter, at the edge of the ruins, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
Alright, well.
We're on the outside of that ring, close to it though, when we notice that this actually happened.
Oh yeah, you're like, why is there I'm stepping on?
Maybe they are worried about the druid and really paranoid.
Maybe.
They also may not just give a damn about the food that these animals would represent. Since they were just shot to be killed.
Maybe they're drunk on power that they have by using bows. Can kill anything with them.
It's a pretty clear indication, though, that going over this, the circle of animal corpses is equal to getting shot.
I mean, is it really all the animals are dead? How are they, like, finding all of them? Is that, like, just guards? Or is it, like, magical wards? Or...
Usually, like on a rock, like a small salamander, like cut in half, presumably by an arrow shot.
Oh,
Jesus.
okay. Well, clearly they're not killing. They're just killing to get rid of them. Then, in that case,
It's showing off.
yeah, like there's no reason or rhyme for a massacre of creatures on this scale, for like other than just, as you said, to show off.
This group has been here for longer than we've actually been out of, like, Besserek's care, so it's possible that they're marksmen. Pretty fucking bored. They're just sitting around like, we gotta train on something. Could you hit that salamander?
I have an idea. You know, there might not be any animals here, but we can probably fetch some from somewhere else.
Only in destruction is truth revealed.
Absolutely. So if we find like a salamander or rabbit or whatever somewhere and just chuck it in there and see what happens.
I love this idea so much. I can't believe
You know, that's exactly what Valgriff will try to do. He'll go fetch something to throw in there.
Yeah. So could you be like a nature check, see if we can find some creature here?
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
my roll's on
that's
fire.
like a goat. A little bit further down. You know that thing when you scare goats really bad and they faint? That thing is on its back right now. Just saw 4 dragons. It was not ready for that sight. It's gonna be there for a little bit, you know.
So what
You need to find-
Valgriff was gonna do, like a goat is probably still pretty big compared to his size currently.
It's
But you
small.
know how people like in the Olympics throw like discs by like spinning around? Valgriff is gonna do that, grabbing the goat with his tail, like spinning and then chucking it.
Viewers, I'm gonna trust you folks in the YouTube comments to remind Jonas of this element he missed while he was BRB.
So basically, you just Matilda that goat.
Sure. Let's see like a athletics check. You can distance
absolutely.
the goat.
You know, Valgriff will even take off his shield to make it
Creature, you know?
make it slightly easier.
Verna lives like just watches, like looking over towards Veristrix, like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
Yeah.
You know, if he could do the equivalent of putting his hands up and shrug, he would. But all he could do is just a shoulder roll and just an eye roll. That's all he can do. This is what Malignant does.
Not easy for Malignant. The ground here is a little uneven. Like there's lots of rubble and like sand and dust covering it. But he does manage to chug the goat. As it begins to like scream, like you basically scream, like, you know,
Yeah,
making loud afraid noises as it flies through the air. Before from behind a rug getting punctured by an arrow, and then another one falling on the ground and flipping around, and a couple more keeps going until it stops moving. At that point, what basically like a bony, bleached skeleton wearing rags and bits of what seems to be not too old armor, really, like shambles out and tears out the arrows and returns to its position.
Well, necromancers eat your heart out, guys. Skeletons about.
I'm so happy that worked. Jonas missed all of it.
He's back though.
I will have to listen to it in
Yeah,
post.
I told the viewers to in the YouTube comments later to give you timestamps so that you
Yes.
could.
Oh, that's very
enjoy.
nice. Thank you.
As yeah, it seems pretty simple. Pass a certain line, and well, arrows, lots of arrows.
I mean, a line on the ground doesn't necessarily. I mean, we can go around. We can fly around slowly. Apart from the other
Dig
direction.
under it.
I mean, we could.
Vertilif says, if we found more distractions, the skeletons come out to pluck their arrows, which means they will not be in their positions they were commanded to lie in wait, making them closer to us when we cross the line.
Yeah, we could probably find another goat.
Looks around for goat.
Yeah, nature check.
Roll perception to spot goat.
Or find an animal hiding.
Vertilif's not gonna help, is she? What is my nature?
I'll in fact compel Vertilith.
To not help.
She knows how to do this, but then again, it seems like Velignith is perfectly happy to do it. So let's let him fumble him out.
I'll take that. I was like, no, I'll tell like, hell, I even suggested like this idea, like, no. Damn.
Oh boy.
Nat 20!
I don't need
Alright.
your help.
He goes back. There's two of them.
So
You
many
know,
goats.
he can sniff him out. He's hunted. I mean, he might think it's skill, but the others might just marvel at his luck as he comes back with a couple.
Listen, the universe wants me to check these goats.
You know, this isn't the first time he's pulled like crazy hijinks like this.
Have you like clubbed the goats so they're like unconscious, or are they like?
No, they
kicking and
they just fall over out of fear.
Oh, right.
Like bowling pins.
T-Rex just pokes a goat.
Ah!
Velignith's tendencies here are being enabled by nature. That's a sign.
How unfortunate for the
I
rest of
guess
us.
he comes back and says the universe wants me to shuck these goats. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
can't
okay,
do-
let's see. Let's see if you can do it. Can you do one? You'll be closer. Can you do two? You'll be quite a bit closer.
athletics go, maybe.
Yeah, let's chuck those goats.
Chuck a
Shield
goat.
off, goat on. Another 16.
That's enough, yeah.
Right, and one more. 20.
Yes,
Two
that's enough.
goats come flying through
All
the
right,
air.
they fly out there. Which means that you are gonna be
Oh, the DM side.
as close as can be expected. So beyond that, they're all side B. Fairly decent together as they try to kill all the goats. Why? It is an impressive bit of goat jugglery. Yeah. As you will, I suppose, rush in and try to get as close as possible before
Seems to be the plan, yeah.
things turn their attention. Check your within the desired bit here. They have a
Yeah,
pretty
certainly
long range,
improve,
turns
so-
out. These are made for this kind of thing. You will be 10 away from them instead of 40.
That's amazing.
Yeah, instead of 40, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I can actually do so from 10. So that's good for me.
So let's
Try
just
to
put you how
debuff
you
their
want to be.
shooting if you
Probably like
can.
this, right?
We'll see if they're immune to charm, which they probably are.
No, they're not.
Well, then I can do something else.
Why would they be?
I don't know. They're
There's
undead.
skeletons.
That's not
Yeah.
how it works in 4E though.
That's good to know.
Very fast.
All these additions are confusing.
Yeah.
Entire.
Ignore.
Straight out immunities is rare in 4E.
Oh, good. Like, pretty much how Vertilif feels.
Oh, good. Yeah, Discord is having a seizure.
Can we remake the goal, maybe?
I tried changing the
there we
region. I tried changing the region that was set on Central Europe to Western Europe for you kids.
Much better.
Oh yeah, that seems to have helped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes changing region helps, so I reached over there and I collected.
Gotta get that French.
That's French connection.
Oui, oui.
Maybe.
Whee! Live look at the goats right now. Whee!
You hear Velky?
I'm alive.
Okay, good, excellent. Seems like everyone's alive. Yeah, as you charge forward, a couple of the things, the skeletons seem a little bit more armored. They don't have bows like the majority. Sort of shamble in your direction as you get this close. Seemingly, perhaps the second line of defense, though. You know, you kind of passed the first one without trouble. One of them moves in your direction. As these will finally stop shooting at goats and begin shooting at you. That was what you're waiting for, really. Tilraxos, this will be against you.
That is a miss.
Be against Relic.
Aha. As you barrel, although my shield still didn't make a difference.
This will be against Velg.
Nope.
Velg.
Get him, Val.
Well, the stupidest idea is to run in there and do things. And I don't need healing surges anyway. I do need healing surges.
Binding the archers up is key here. We know this.
I remember the conversation that we had the session that Valky wasn't here about how you'd be a better caretaker of your healing.
Yeah.
But really, what's another 10 days of rest, right? Between friends?
Yeah, no. Vagnov is gonna attack this guy. He's closest. Maybe he can give him some cover against the archers behind him, although I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. And he shall be diminished.
You're a shitty skeleton. No one loves you.
Talk down to.
Ooh, that's
Wipe
a
that grin
that's a
off your
hit.
face.
Seven.
All these high rolls.
Yeah.
He knocks into the skeleton. He's pretty sturdy for bones. But, you know.
And until the end of my next turn, he does 3 less damage.
Okay.
And that's it.
Archer will shoot Tilraxos.
It's a miss.
Restricts.
Okay, well, check the distance of this. This is 10? Range 10. Okay. That zombie's too far, or skeleton. It's too far away. So I will move closer. And targeting skeleton 2, he's going to try a betrayal.
Betray your
And
friends.
you know what? He is going to use 2 of his 4 points, because why not? Because I want to see this actually work.
Yes.
Oh, okay. 26 versus Will.
Yes.
So, first of all, slide him a number of squares equal to charisma, which is 3, to a square adjacent to an enemy. I would like to move him here. Target that makes a melee basic attack as a free action against that enemy, which I'll designate as this archer here. Bonus to attack and damage equal to 3, and the skeleton 2 is also dazed until the end of my next turn.
Ooh. Oh. Well,
So 6 damage then.
6 damage then.
6 damage.
And he is dazed, the guy who did the attack.
Is marked. And
That's awkward.
Lincoln is dazed.
Yes. Yeah. That worked very well.
So if you can, try to end your turn next to me.
No. That is... I'm gonna get up there. Because I have to.
She'll access.
Yes? Hello?
Jonas silently contemplates the battle.
You never know if Discord broke again.
Hello? Hello? Anyone? No? Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Weird.
You were muted for a while.
Yeah, I don't remember muting, but apparently did. No, I need to get up there, I think. Just get into their faces. Unless you have a really good reason for me to stay next to you.
I mean, resist all 2.
I think we just need to stop them from shooting, that's the problem.
They will literally just guarded step and shoot you.
Or, at least, I'm doing some damage and pushing them around.
Yeah, that's up to you.
Otherwise, they'll just stand back there and shoot. Let's see, can I actually reach them? Could charge here. Is this skeleton archer provoking? Or is he threatening me?
No, not currently.
Alright.
They do seem to have a short blade, but
Yeah.
not.
Traxxas will charge up here and charge skeleton 4.
Now this one will. Oh wait, he's dazed. Can he do that? He might
No,
not
he can't take reactions all days, I think.
All right, it's true.
Let's charge up here. And we will do a swing.
Enemy the charge macro.
Not yet. No. I'll work on it.
I understand. It's a long-term project.
It's hard goal.
Maybe that should be a goal, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, let's see.
Life goal.
Life goal. Let's see if I can hit it. Wow! 21 versus AC.
That hits.
With an additional 1d6 damage. For 9 damage. It's not the greatest damage, unfortunately.
I think that's one of your weaker showings.
Yeah, it is the lowest damage I can do on a charge. And then we will quick action or minor action to Shroud of Shadow to give myself a little bit more defense.
Sure. Yeah. This skeleton is dazed, so it can only do one thing.
Yep.
Well, it will stab the dragon that appeared right. I'll try to.
Yeah.
It'll crit the dragon. So it'll be 10 damage.
Great.
Dragon is marked.
Of course, if I can crit.
Is it a save ends dazed or?
Let me check. It's until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
No save.
And this mark is a earn. There we go.
Okay. My turn. I'll go ahead and take a move action to take me here. Because I do not feel like being... Well, maybe. Let me use my ruler real quick. Yeah, sure, I can be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you do? How's it going? Move action takes me there. As my standard action, I'm going to expend 2 power points and reach out towards Skeleton Archer 2. And a sickly line of green energy is going to reach out to grab them old bones and drag them. Lodestone Lore, 2 power points on Skeleton Archer 2. That's 18 versus Will.
Certainly does it.
Alright. Full. That will be 13 untyped damage to the Augment 2. And not 4.
Right.
And pulled towards me 4 squares, knocked prone, and it can only move to squares that are adjacent to me. As a minor action, I will go ahead and activate Battle Mind's Demand, which will mark Skeleton 1. And that'll be the end of my turn.
You? You're Mike 2, how can I forget? Alright. The skeleton's marked. It accepts that fact. It's skeleton. It'll swing at a vertical sword.
That will miss.
Alright. Simple creature. This one will guard it, step back, and shoot till Axos.
Miss.
Come back, shoot till Axos.
Also a
A
miss.
miss.
Come here and shoot very strict.
Another miss.
Miss.
No.
Dragon scales. Shitty arrows plunk off them. Okay.
I think it's time to go on the offensive a little bit here. So he will shift here.
Grab that combat advantage.
Yeah. And diminish the skeleton offensively this time.
Very
22
Yes, that hits.
for 15 points of damage. That's a lot of damage. Is that correct?
A lot of these bone pieces begin to fall off. The crappy leather is stuck to it.
Nice.
Rattles off as well.
And until the next of my next turn, it has vulnerable 2 to all damage.
Alright.
And that's my turn.
Sure. This one will stand up. Since it can't move, it will then draw out its short sword. And that's it, really. Restricts.
Alright, let's see. Not a lot of grouped up things. That skeleton's almost dead. I could try and murder it. Or I could keep this guy dazed, which it doesn't matter because it's just going to hit Tilraxos if Tilraxos keeps engaging it. So I'll try and kill the skeletal one here with a powered up mind thrust. And if it doesn't die, then its defenses will go down.
I wouldn't mind having the skeleton walk away from me.
Well, are you going to engage it again, or are you going to go for an archer?
I'm gonna go for an archer.
Then I will go for the skeleton too, then, with a betrayal. Go for a normal one. It's
A normal betrayal.
19.
Yep, that does it.
19 is 1 square, so down here to attack this one. It's just a 3 to attack roll, no damage. It is also not dazed.
Flash.
So its daze has now run out, but we have an action point still, don't we?
We had a long rest, so
Yeah,
you got
so-
your healing surges back as well.
Right. So
Everything's
he
back.
will spend that action point. Then he will do it again, but with the powered up version. On the same skeleton. That's definitely a miss. Oh, unless they have really bad will. Yeah, alright. Cool. He will move here.
Alright. Relax. You're more.
I am, but I'm fine with that. Let's do a minor action to do a lightning breath on skeleton 2 and skeleton archer 1.
I like it.
Let's see here. Dragon breath. On skeleton. Is a miss.
A miss.
Archer. That is a hit for 7
hit.
lightning damage.
Zap.
Zap. Okay.
2.
Then, let's do a little bit of that. Let's see here. Could do that.
You could go after Skeleton Archer 3, like, instead, since you're
Yeah.
too close to charge Archer 4.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Could also get some combat advantage here.
Yes, that is true, actually.
You sure could.
I do like my combat advantage.
And that's Archer has the blade drawn, so it's probably not gonna guard
Yeah.
its step away from you.
Alright, so Axis will move here, and then we'll charge the archer.
Alright.
Rawr. So let's do that. First to
Minus 2 to hit due to the mark. But
Yeah, +1 from the charge, so a -1. And combat advantage. Hoya! That is
That hits.
probably a hit, and we will activate the Dread Smite for 5 cold necrotic and ongoing 5 cold necrotic.
Is the D6 in there?
It is not. For another 3. So 16 plus 5, 21 damage. Oh wow, okay.
About enough. Just enough, actually. Exactly.
Haha!
To basically, I guess he like, smacks it and like cold rushes in through the marrow of the bones,
Yes.
expanding it and just like disintegrating the thing.
Yep. Destroy it. Could action point and charge again, but
You might want to keep that action point
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
the next combo.
Yeah.
So charge ends your turn, I believe.
oh, it does.
Yeah. Can't take actions after charge.
Unless you action point.
Unless you action point, yeah.
Oh, unless you... Okay.
Because it gives you an extra standard.
Right. You are no. Well, end of next turn, I suppose. This one will. Skeleton. It'll do what they do. Go to someone and try to attack it. Not very impressive showing here, but and he'll try to swing at Valgnith. Then the marks it had would be over.
Which guy? That guy? No.
Okay. Gonna attack the skeleton I've got combat advantage against. This will be at a +2 to the attack roll. And a +1 to the damage roll. What crazy ability do I want to use? We'll use conductive defense. So that will be 19 versus reflex.
Yep.
For 9 lightning damage. Against skeleton 1.
Kazap.
And it will take 4 lightning damage whenever it hits one of my allies until the start of my next turn.
Alright. It seems to be focused on you just fine.
Good. I will shift 1 space, like so. And, no, that's... Yeah, sure. We'll shift 1 space, and I will use a minor action to activate my Psionic Vigor, giving me 8 temporary hit points. That's the end of my turn.
Alright.
Did you factor in the vulnerable 2 that Skeleton 1 currently has?
No, I did not.
We'll do 2 more damage.
There we go.
Skeleton
turn.
will turn as Verlith does and swing the sword mindlessly,
That does not hit.
doing what it's been created to do. This one will shoot towards us.
There's a hit.
Hit.
It's a bunch of damage.
9 damage. One up here will shoot towards us too. Oh my.
Oh,
That's another hit.
Now the archers begin to function.
See,
They were
there's-
confused by Valignos' ploy.
Who knows? This one will shoot a Valgnith. He's right there.
Shield is
Again,
not
the
it!
shield.
I may have lost track, but I'm pretty sure that they've never rolled a 19 versus my AC.
I mean, it might have happened just
Nothing
for
has.
an arrow.
Ever.
Alright.
18 for that matter. Just never happened. So I think Malignif will yeah, Malignif will shift down here. Actually, I need to be careful for distances, yes. Shift down here. Use a Rune of Mending on Tilraxos with Destruction. So you may spend a healing surge, and everyone gets a +2 power bonus to damage rolls.
Nice.
A Rune of Mending Destruction. There you go.
Yeah. After which, Valignov will fire breath these fools to his north.
Fire breath these fools.
Actually, no. Let's do proper order here. He will first diminish Skeleton 1. He has combat advantage on that, and +2 damage. 25 for 10 damage. Okay. So not only is he vulnerable to, I also do 2 extra damage, meaning my fire breath does 4 extra damage.
Didn't you shift?
I did, yes. Ah,
So you
shit,
don't-
yeah, I'm out of actions. Yeah, then I won't use the fire breath. That is a good
Alright.
point. I assume Rune of Mending is a free action, but it's a minor action. So that's all I can do then.
Perfect.
Well, take a leaf out of Lightning's book about what he was about to do, and you will use the fire breath on that skeleton. Did that hit from here? Was it
It's a
close?
psionic breath.
Yeah. This guy. It's probably not. My breath is awful, but something I can do.
You still do 4 extra damage.
4
'Cause-
extra
Yeah,
damage.
he's vulnerable too, and you've got a +2 power bonus.
12.
Oh, it barely does, but not quite.
It barely does, but not.
Barely hits him.
Oh, okay.
Just not. So,
Oh, alright. Fine. Let's see. Skeleton's almost dead. I have a power bonus to damage. Might as well just hit it. Let's hit him. Was it +2? He's vulnerable too. So 4.
You have +1 to hit because he's in my red aura. You've got +4 to damage because he's vulnerable, and you have +2. So
Okay.
+1 to hit, +4 to damage.
infinite bonuses.
Crit. 19 damage. On skeleton
Get
1.
fucked, skeleton 1.
It is shattered.
You get 2 hit points.
Yeah, that's fine with Veristrix. He'll stay where he is.
Yeah.
Quite proud of himself.
Reckless,
Blowing
you
up
got
the
a couple of
skeleton.
arrows in your bum.
Goddamn archers.
Teleraxos, the pincushion.
Goddamn, I hate archers so much.
If you charge Archer 3, I plan on giving 4 a good tug.
Alright. That sounds like a plan. To Rexos charge! We will do... Ooh, let's see, we will do... What do we have here? Yeah, we will do Vice's Reward to get some more defenses and power bonus to well, some more temp hit points, I should say, and some defenses. And then we will do a charge on Archer 3, like so. Smack. And we will make a swing. 26 versus AC.
Yep.
For a 14 damage plus the Dread Smite for another 5, so 19 damage in total, and 5 cold necrotic ongoing. As he slams into this.
The necrotic bit of that seems to do nothing, but the
Oh, that's the thing. He needs to be resistant to both to resist the damage.
no.
Yeah.
I'm informing you.
That's what makes it good. So the few things that are resistant to both. Yeah, that's it for Tilrexos.
Wood.
A miss, and that would have hit were not for your shield.
My shield. It's amazing.
It works.
Okay.
It works.
Use a move action to ponderously 5 squares. Nah, just move 1 square. Don't apply yourself too much. Standard action will expend my 2 remaining. No, I'll expend 1 of my power points on Lodestone Lore. It still allows me to make this a melee 5 attack, though. Whee! Spring Break. As I, well, provided I hit the archer. 20 versus will.
You do.
4 damage. It is pulled towards me, and can only move to squares that are adjacent to me until the end of my next turn.
No prone.
No prone. As a minor action, I will spend my final power point on a Battle Mind's demand, marking both 1 and 4. That will be the end of my turn.
An immediate ability that happens when they're marked, which pretty simply makes them no longer marked.
All right, it's good information to have.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Nice name on that
Just
power. Just check the
his
mark.
bones.
So, well,
Check.
I have a free action then. Fuck you, Skeleton Archer 4. And you don't have another immediate reaction. Is that how that works? Like, they don't get, like, another immediate reaction until, like, their
You
next...
get a immediate action per turn, yeah.
Okay. So, Defender of the Wild is a free action for me. I insist, Archer 4, that you are marked.
Alright.
Damn it. Alright, that's the end of my turn. And of
Well, he's
course,
marked.
can't move. Can only move to squares that are adjacent to me.
Take out the short sword and attack with it.
That will miss.
Comes back. He'll take 5 damage first. Then he'll shoot at Torax.
That is a miss.
Save. This one will step away a little bit and shoot at Fergalith.
Oh,
That will miss and will provoke my immediate reaction. Asshole. Persistent Harrier against Skeletal Archer 1. 21 versus armor class.
That hits.
you're so sticky.
As Vertilith fucking like disappears and fucking like reappears, teleports right next to the archer.
Yep.
1.
Dealing 13 damage.
Yes, 13 damage.
Bye.
Clobbers
And
it
then
like
smashed. Breaks. Alright. Elfnith.
I would really like to get close to Tyraxus, but that is impossible because he keeps running away. So,
it's the skeletons who keep running away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tyraxus is just doing his duty here, you know?
Balignov will shift over here and then attack the skeleton with reversed wrath, whatever that may be. Nobody knows. He will do it defensively.
He pulls out like a tarot card.
Defensively, a
Discard is
reverse wrath. It's very
I believe
defensive.
I still have my +2 damage from the heal because it's at the end of my action. Yes, I still have. Amazing.
There you go.
Valky, by the way, I take that as a compliment. You're so sticky. I mean, I just slathered myself in marmalade and honey.
Oh my.
You know, I
91
should
for
try
18.
I have to pay good money for that usually.
Yeah.
And for good measure, he'll get
Smash
one of
the
these.
skeleton.
25 for 12.
And burn it too.
Oh,
A lot of breath damage there.
That's a lot of fire damage.
That's some spicy damage.
Yeah. If
the
it
top.
makes any attacks during its next turn, everyone within 3 gets to heal 3 hit points.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, it probably will. Where's Drake?
Alright, what? Wait, where's the right? Oh, you're over there. Okay.
I'm up here.
Do you want me to try and take care of that for you? So you
Sure.
can come down here?
Yeah,
Alright.
that's fine.
It would be very useful if Tyraxos could make it within 3 squares of that skeleton.
I'll keep up. I'll do my best. I'll run.
And don't kill him before he attacks.
Don't
I
do
mean,
That's why I didn't, because I was gonna hit him, but then since you have that thing, I'll let him stay. I'm gonna hit Skeleton Archer 3 with 11 versus will.
No.
no.
Oh look, it's the bad rolls again. Alright, well, that's it.
Well,
The
now,
sheep took all the good ones.
now, unfortunately, I have to go further away from your sheep because the
Okay.
skeleton needs to die.
Sorry, I fucked up.
Well, step back here to take, to take a running start, and then Tyraxus will barrel towards the skeleton in a charge.
It's like a bowl.
Yes. Can I do it? 17 versus AC.
Hits.
8 damage plus 1d6 for 2. 10 damage to the skeleton.
Oh.
Haha! Victory. Tyraxus is done.
Skeleton isn't. It'll slash at a.
Hit me. Yes. Heal.
Except dumb turn. But alright.
Rather than going after the Archer 4, who basically is just going to be unmarked at the end of my turn, so you might as well unmark now, basically. That's how it really goes. Let's see if I can free up Valignif here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. Move action to go there. Standard action, I will use my conductive defense power. This will be at a +2 for +1 damage. So that's going to be 18 versus reflex
That hits.
for 15 lightning damage.
Bam.
The skeleton explodes in like a shower of like bone parts.
Sparks.
Yeah. It's the end of my turn. My interaction
Alright.
goes to Charity.
Well, this one will step over here and shoot Varstrix.
Oh damn, Varistrix.
Oh wow, he got hit by something.
Or
Sure.
did he?
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Actually, what's his AC? No, I do not have enough intelligence.
You
to
have plus
block
3
that.
power bonus, isn't that?
You're not smart enough to not
Really
get
good.
hit.
Yeah. 13.
Blackguard will move up and smack this fool so hard he'll probably, die.
As a point of reference, that Archer 4 had the sword drawn, Manaki.
Yes, it's true. He would have not been able to move.
Okay. Smack him. 15?
No, that misses.
Oh, poop. That's fine.
Right. Varstrix.
Well, he feels a bit uncomfortable. He's not sure why, but he feels like the skeleton needs to be dealt with for some other reason. So let's
Completely unrelated to anything.
yeah, let's deal with him. With all right, that's better. 21 versus will for 13 damage. All right. What else can I do? Actually, since it's an encounter, not that it matters. He will use his minor distract on the archer, so next hit has combat advantage.
Double combat advantages?
Tyraxus will charge the skeleton archer, like so.
Yeah, you have an extra +1 because he's in the red aura.
Hooray!
Or of death.
Or of the
Fire and flames, brimstone.
Distraction.
Ah!
Like brimstone.
Burninating.
I don't know, it just came to mind.
Hobby.
There we go. Smash!
Right.
Could you teach me how to do that?
Mind mash.
You need to be strong and fast.
Yeah, I should look around. Now there's more bones, around here. Made quite a ruckus, though.
A rattly ruckus.
Sort of quiet. Fight, we fight.
Tyraxus will plop down his dragon butt and pull out the arrows. Mumbling to himself of goddamn arrows. And he will take a short rest.
Yes, well, clearly there's some higher intelligence beyond these creatures.
It's the feyen necromancer.
Seeing as Velignus' shield actually did something in this combat, he'll sort of almost like accidentally but obviously intentionally sort of wave it in front of Tyraxus as he looks very smug.
You know.
Oh, Tilly. No.
Tilly? Excuse me. Don't ever call Tyraxus Tilly. That might end very badly. Well, Tyraxus will. He's too busy ripping out arrows to see the taunt, and Velignus just does weird things all the time anyway. Who knows? Like, is he waving that to fan himself? Is he trying to catch the light? Tyraxus doesn't know. He might even notice it actually deflected an arrow because usually does nothing.
Those times are over.
The future's now. A new era.
Can't stop progress.
As he holds up the shield, the plated tail. It is glorious, is it not?
If Tyraxus is... actually, we should all be taking a short rest, shouldn't we? Figured Velignus might spend some time properly dismantling these skeletons. But...
Back in them.
yeah, just
A lot of them are already pretty broken.
Do they have any valuables? I never know. One of them might have a silver arrow or something. Who knows?
Like a gold-plated bone. They're bling zombies.
Bling zombies. Yep.
The skeletons.
Belong beast. No.
Block. Let's not.
Bling zombies.
I can't even say that. That's just...
Bling zombies. It's like you see them in Instagram all the time.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Comment on modern society in this game? What?
What?
Yeah. You can rest your 10 minutes.
Yep. We are after such a rest. We are good to go.
Look at all the healing surges I have.
You did very well.
Amazing.
I still have a decent shot.
Yeah. As you push further in, are you trying to be stealthy? What bothering?
After all the noise that we just created and then like the wait afterwards, I have no interest in doing so.
No.
Then.
We're here to have a strong conversation with the Thayans.
Exactly.
About
Here to send a
responsibility.
message, so to speak.
I recognize the slab.
It's a different slab, made of the same material.
Slab 2.
The other ones are
Slab.
broken in a different way.
Entirely different.
Hey, your perception isn't good enough to notice the minute differences.
Everything is the same.
Different, really.
This is not made of the finest craftsmanship.
Yeah. Reveal to you, as you crawl sort of over the ruins and whatnot, the site of the rather sad-looking Feyen expedition. Around the place, it seems like they've been here for quite a while. It seems also like quite a while longer than they had intended, perhaps. The laborers and miners and excavators that once was with the expedition are now lying around this plaza, sort of dead, dried out husks of bodies, just sort of slumped over where they were. Some of them seem to at one point have had a little fight going on. Some of them seem to stab at daggers, but they're thoroughly dead. Around, however, are a couple of moving bodies, slowly shambling around in their sort of undead states, doing the work that it seems the living couldn't continue doing. In the center of all this is a single living-looking person, well, sort of. Even in this scorching sun, he is fairly pale, dressed not as red, you might expect, but in dark robes, overseeing the current excavations with a smug grin that says this man has found something he likes to have found.
I like the fact that he has found something, because that means we can take it.
Very practical sense. Let others do the work and we'll take from them.
So are we just
Do you
sort of
approach
walking up to him?
with a charge or with conversation here?
I mean, they're Tayans, right?
I would be inclined to not immediately charge. Just because Basarek told us that something was the enemy doesn't inherently mean, though I am strongly tempted to resolve that, fighting will occur.
Yeah, of course. But you want to figure out exactly... You want to get more information before you lose that source.
That seems sensible.
Because I'm sure he will stick those on us.
You move
Almost on us.
and he turns slowly as he hears you, steps forward a little bit, holding his staff imperiously, waving a hand, seemingly as sort of the decaying, sort of mostly broken skeletons are sort of digging and like scraping at the rocks around him, doing the work that the living workers might have wanted. The apprentice looks at you curiously with a smug smile, as if he owned the world. Curious creatures to come out here, though perhaps it makes sense, doesn't it?
A curious creature to have come out here. She casts her eyes at, like, all of the bodies and, like, the animated corpses. But I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it?
He looks at bodies, right? And just like his smile grows sort of thin, a little bitter, perhaps, as you sort of see materializing on his shoulder a creature you might recognize, sort of an imp that sort of leans in, its sort of long stinger tail curled around his neck as it whispers in his ear. Yeah. Looks at you, nodding slowly to himself. I have been informed creatures such as yourselves have passed by this place before. Why do you come disturb my excavations? I am a simple archaeologist.
Do not do yourself or me the disservice. There is nothing so simple about you, and we all know this to be true.
Not likely. I had thought there might be creatures such as yourselves, if my findings were correct. Is that it, then? You are part of some plan of a creature you can barely understand. You certainly seem young enough for it. Sort of takes in your sizes. He seems smugly unafraid, as if the fact that he's not afraid makes him feel pretty good about himself.
Vertilif retorts with, I'm sure you would know all about being a part of something you don't understand.
He sort of sneers a little bit of that. He doesn't seem to like being told off. Fine then. If you wish me to kill you, you just have to say so. End this charade. But I suspect if that was what you wanted, you wouldn't have persisted this far. I, as you might guess, he gestures around, am not really a people person. He seems to frantically be, like, telling him stuff, but he sort of waves it away.
The dragon snorts as if to, like, think whether dragons are people persons.
Traxxas doesn't even know what that means.
People eaters.
Yeah,
I
people
assume
eaters, like we...
You have
Yeah.
business with me, creatures? If you have come for treasure or the like, I have none of the sort.
So your excavations here have been unfruitful, is that it?
Oh no, not so. I have found implications, you see. Things that, if they are true, will mark this as a site of interest. It is quite the journey I've been on to get here. Been many other places, but this one seems to have shown some promise, while the other ones were decoys.
And what interest is that? I do not know why I should tell you. Nor do I understand why you're interested.
Maybe we're interested because you're interested.
Like, Vertilif, like, whips her head back to look at Velignif, like, with a glare.
I'm not wrong.
Vertilif says. Like, rotating her head back, like... Of course you understand that we would be interested in any treasure. But some do appreciate a treasure within the mind. And for you to accomplish, despite not being a people person, is noteworthy, all of this activity. There are so few within this valley.
He looks around the myriad of bodies, maybe like 20 of them around. It was quite a sizable expedition at one point, certainly.
You are the last survivor, which indicates that you are more than what your flesh, frail as it seems, would indicate.
of that. Are you aware? Shakes his head slightly, as if that's a silly question. Ask.
Yes, we are.
Vertilift, like half rotates her head back again. Like, no.
Imp whispers more stuff. Sort of looks at it like he's annoyed by it. It keeps like talking to him, but he doesn't quite sort of get it off his shoulder. With what I found here, dragons, I will soon be a man of, well, quite some status and power. My skills in this field seems to have finally yielded the reward I have earned for my diligence. These fools decided that it would be better to not continue. They thought things such as food or water would keep me from finally attaining and gaining what is mine. The treasure here is not something that is valuable to you. It is something that is valuable to me through my masters. Masters is a thing we all have. Sure.
Jiraxos does not recognize this at all. He has no masters.
A powerful wizard was here, as she was in many places around Faerun. I have traveled far and visited many of them, as have many others, attempting to find out why all this was attempted. This place seems to have threads of something ancient, powerful magic done here long ago. Before your time, I assume. Said you. Maybe not entirely sure of your age. Drugs doesn't matter to him. When, well, I discover exactly what happened here, my master's interest in this site will turn into jubilation.
Jiraxos throws an eye over to Vertilith. This is not something we want, seems the eye to say. A frown of
Then,
scaly ridge.
And deal with whatever has been done here. I will be richly rewarded. My aid against the Solkia rebellion. You dragons, you appear to me a strange lot. Then again, I have encountered similar, not this strange perhaps. I wonder, however, sort of his eye glances slightly to the right, like towards his imp companion as he says it. You know, you have decent insight, certainly. As you sort of notice that this is probably something the imp has been, like, telling him.
Mm-hmm.
That you might be part of some sort of protection of this valley. Something made to ensure I do not find what I'm looking for.
Well, so far you've said about a bajillion things, and none of them included what you actually found, so honestly, we have no idea.
You wouldn't understand.
Jiraxos points at the imp with a claw, and he will say, you seem to be taking a great deal of advice from that thing on your shoulder. I can only assume that you do not recognize what it is.
This is, well, my servant. A contractor I gained so that he could aid me various small tasks around. An excellent watcher until I quiet enough skulls to make it unnecessary.
So a recent
Perhaps,
addition.
Dragon, he sort of smiles slightly, you are disturbed by someone able to control the minions of hell? I would believe that even such a creature as you would know that in a few years, millennia perhaps, centuries, you might be able to do something similar.
Why would we want to control imps?
Oh, Tyraxis, just looks at him impassive, like clearly this human is deranged.
He certainly seems to not be entirely on his full 5, given that he's been out here for this long, but you let him wait, certainly, and now everyone's dead, and he's just here, doing this.
Vertilif lets out like a sigh of frustration, though whether that's more at the blue and red dragons that are terrible at conversation, or the human, she is uncertain.
Who is terrible at conversation.
Terrible, she thinks to herself. Only green dragons know how to properly parlay with lesser
He
creatures.
seems to be the kind of creature who likes to brag, certainly, and feels a bit superior to even you, and that makes him feel good about him. The fact that he can feel superior to dragons.
Yeah, see, that's the problem here.
Seems the imp currently, with Vertilith's sort of insight there, it seems the imp is furiously telling him to do whatever he needs to do to get ready to not be murdered by dragons. But he seems to be enjoying the conversation.
Vertilif is thinking that this Thayan apprentice has been eager to inform someone about, like, the great glories that the apprentice will soon have, because Thayan has no one around to tell this to.
It's true.
And so she is interested in figuring out, like, why the fuck are other Thayans gonna be interested? She says, "Forgive my companions." There is a slip of, like, the tongue out. "I do, however, have an innate curiosity." She, like, looks, like, her eyes, like, narrowing, like, the red eyes, like, around, like, the excavation. "You say that this would not be of value. No treasure here, that the value is only for you, and what you will gain when you deliver this news. But I would like to understand in what way I could. Why is it that this only has value to you and your superiors, and not to us? What is there here if not coin, art, or jewels that would propel you to the greatness you so richly deserve?"
Vertilith speaks, giving him a chance to monologue some more. Yeah. He sort of lifts his nose slightly up in an sort of unconscious gesture and speaks. "Well, dragon, my master, the Lich Lord, Thay himself, he, in rising, threatened the old order and shattered all other Solkirs of all other types of inferior magic. Necromancy ruling now, Thay supreme." Sort of smiles, looking at his work with all the dead bodies around, all his fuel for his power. However, most Solkirs put up a fight. They battled, they fought, through fire, created illusions, whatever was their petty specialty. Some joined together, some tried. All, of course, have failed. However, one died without a fight. This one flicks his wrist dismissively as the imp seems to again be sort of almost like frantically like waving its tail and sort of seems very upset about the situation. Had the power to foretell the future. Yet, when she was cornered and forced to foretell a future so distant that it killed her, she simply allowed it to happen. At first, my master accepted this. Of course she would die, he is all-powerful, yet now a doubt gnaws at him. if someone could tell the future, and they did not resist their fate, then that must mean either the fate was inevitable, or that they wanted it to occur. He sort of gives a dramatic pause, smiling to himself. As such, my master has quite invested himself in discovering why there was no resistance, why there was no action. It appears, then, that she had been doing quite a few things before her demise. Almost over the entirety of Faerun, many hidden and forgotten places had been entered. I am one of the few that have gone and tried to discover exactly what the plot. This place, remote as it is, seemingly pointless. It took years of simply passing it by. She traveled in the region, could follow the magical signs left behind by her. The blue flames erupt mostly where powerful magic has been done. You are aware, I'm sure. Following them, however, I managed to find this place. It has undertones. Something powerful is nearby, and if I can find it, well, then my lords will, I assume, enter here themselves and finish the work. So far my reports have been promising. Not enough for them to come here personally, not yet at least. They have other sites that show more promise than this one still. But they will get to it. The more I have done by the time they get here, the better. So you see, I shall gain richly. Yet to you this place would be of little value.
And you hope, then, to make this site the most enticing of all possible threads so that your superiors will draw their attention here instead of elsewhere.
A slight painful look on his face as he says, it seems that this Solkir attempted to lead us astray, knowing perhaps that we would be looking into her eventually. He still seems pained again, says, someone who can tell the future, well, it is an enemy I will not wish on anyone. Regardless, many of the sites have shown to be great wastes of time and effort and lives and power. This one, however, seems to be slightly different. I have no doubt that there is some sort of guardian somewhere around here. If I can find him, I can defeat it, perhaps.
Manaki, how much of, suppose this would lead to an insight, how much of, his words of him being convinced that something is here is, his self-assured, I could not have possibly wasted my time, and how much of it is, false bravado? How much of it is, him really thinking something's here versus him trying to delude himself into believing something's here?
Well, give me an insight.
Yeah, I'll do that.
For some reason, Verstrix has good knowledge of that kind of stuff.
21.
It's about probably a 50-50. It seems like he has indeed found things that this does seem to have been a site, or at least there's a site nearby where something's been going on. According to him, he does believe that, and he does believe it is a significant site. He's had enough time to basically forward that to his masters, wherever they are. They're not here.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you as a fact knows that this is the place they would be looking for, so whatever he's found has not been enough to convince them, certainly. Though he seems to believe that's only a matter of time, surely.
No, what we know, they would probably be more interested in where the center of the ritual is, the broken tomb, right?
Oh, yes, that is definitely where that is what he's looking for at the moment, digging up this place. Whatever he's found is probably magical residue or some sort of thing from the spell plague. And he's looking for that. If you could find that tomb, I mean, he would have pretty compelling showing that there's something here at least.
Okay. Got an
worthy
angle,
of going and looking at.
All right. Let's see if
It seems
I
he's
can
pretty well on the way, though. I mean, there's not a lot more to turn around here.
Like, I got an idea. I got an idea, folks. All right. Green dragon in full-on beguilement mode. Oh, this is beautiful. Love this. She's rubbing her claws together midway. Takes like a slight step forward and says, "You are convinced that there would be something for you here, that a guardian would show itself. Yet, in all the time you spent here at this moment in this spot, it's all dry. If there were some guardian or protection, surely your minions would have come across it by now."
What is Verdlith trying to accomplish?
She would end up launching into a dialogue of trying to convince him that she does know a better spot to look, and that is the Broken Tomb, and trying to appeal to his greed and desire for self-advancement, that he would want to go explore that. The idea in mind is that by him being blinded by greed and avarice and power, he will get closer. If getting him in travel away from this site, where he has so much command, is more fulfilling than fighting him here. It also, there's a deep desire for her to have him see like the actual aspect of this is it, this could really be it, and then take that from him. Because she's a cruel green dragon.
Would you give me a diplomacy check? You're trying to basically make a rapport here.
Yes. I will expend all 4 of my draconic essence.
All right. Pretty good.
What's my bonus? 24.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good. See if the imp and yeah, especially you do the convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Get to the point of the temple.
And she's hoping that her fellow dragons catch on.
He listens for a bit as the rest of you hear Verdlith, I guess explain that no, this is not where you should be. It is nearby, though. You're entirely right. You know, there's a temple across the hills that has a powerful aura of a ritual. Yeah, he said a mad hermit saw a wizardess perform great rituals. I mean, I suppose she's laying it on pretty.
Yeah, pretty thick.
Putting it all out there.
Appealing to the apprentice's inherent desires, confident that he won't be able to relay messages immediately.
Yeah, I mean, she's not lying. So given that she's conveying things that are actually true about the site, probably things that do not seem remarkable to her, but that sort of confirms some of his own biases and beliefs about what such a place would be like. As he nods, at first still superior, but then sort of loses the face and forgets his composure, drawn in by this idea. And this is just across the hill, you say? A little fidgety, perhaps?
Verdlith bobs her head. Yes, not that far of a distance at all. More secluded than this one. It is understandable why your team did not find it immediately.
They were useless.
But not you. That is why you are the sole survivor.
Says, why do you explain this to me? What do you have to gain?
It seems wise to leave a good impression upon the Lich Lord of Thay.
He nods. That makes sense to him. He is all-powerful. Yes, if what you say is true, and I have always been a good judge of character,
The imp is like,
Yes.
It is not happy, but he has at some point said some sort of word to it that made it just unable to say anything. As he shuts up his probably excellent advice from this creature. Too important to accept it. As just sort of nods and says, yes, I do think I shall deign to look upon this place. She looks around, like frowning slightly as he concentrates as the skeletons begin to like grab a couple things from around, effectively packing up.
yes, Fertile thinks to herself, yes, get them in packing and traveling mode, these skeletons, yes.
They grab a couple bodies to carry with them.
Yes, get them overburdened, she thinks to herself, yes.
They'll get together here with their shovels and stuff. And, he won't get close enough to you. He's perhaps smart enough for that. Still. Not stupid, but perhaps young and, a bit enticed by the idea of infinite power. The hand of Zastam, the Lich King of Thay.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
So, might I ask, just for clarity here, are we leading him to the tomb in the hope that Berserk will kill him, or are we actually going to assault him on the road?
I have every intention of leading him to the broken tomb so that we can kill him. Instead of, like, there's no guarantee that Berserk will be there, although, like, Berserk is the Guardian and would have no trouble. But there is a horrible green dragon delight in manipulating these lesser creatures to take him to the moment of, like, this really could be it. Like, we weren't lying to him.
Yep, but then just rip it away. Sure.
And then, like, I have every intention of leading him straight to the site of the broken tomb.
I like it.
Just hope he doesn't have an instant message spell or something, because then we're kind of fucked. Zastam shows up, then
that would be funny if the fucking Lich Lord of Thay himself person.
Yeah, level 35 solo. You're like, oh, hi there.
What difficulty goal would that be?
Killing Zastam.
I don't think we could achieve that in our lifetimes.
I think gods have tried and failed. So.
Not yet.
And he has earned the favor of Bane so that he could cast magic flawlessly once more after the spell plague.
Yeah.
We'll get it.
Didn't he also try to like kill and subsume Vecna at some point? I seem to recall that happening.
Well, we'll cross that bridge if Zastam appears.
So,
I mean, just because gods are going to fail doesn't mean that we're going to fail.
It's true. We are pretty great.
Besides, honestly, there is a gleeful delight if Berserk is in there and he gets to, like, watch and spectate.
Or he might come out and be like, hey, you came back. Why did you do that? I'm gonna kill you now.
Now let's hope that the greed will have him stepping forward here as well, because now he's like.
How far do you go ahead?
Like, I think like I would stop like at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
This is already uncomfortably close.
Like I remember the fucking line there.
He sort of looks at it. Stands there looking at it. Looks around. The skeletons like dump the bodies. Sort of just like, is that it? Reaches his hand out. Begins to murmur a few words. Nodding slowly to himself. Yes, this is better.
Verlif like rotates his head. As you so eloquently noted, we would be incapable of understanding the full delicacies of what is happening here, which is why you would be the best person to identify them. Surely we could not hope to gain favor with the Lich Lord of Thay by doing as you've done and excavated. The only way is through you.
I glint with greed. Yes. It is the truth. It is. I shall identify this place. It has to be done. The imp sort of looks at you with narrow eyes.
Oh,
It
there's like a
seems like
brief
the imp on his
moment, yeah.
shoulder has had its mouth sealed by some sort of spell, but it seems to. It gives you eyes that says, "I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're up to."
Oh yeah, there's like the second and a half where like Vertilef locks eyes, and it's like a shared like, oh yeah, this is gonna happen. Imp.
Wink.
Wink, wink.
As these
They're gonna
skeletons
get fucked up.
to begin basically doing what they do in like you ripping apart things. These ones stay around him to protect him, presumably. As he will begin to even flying a bit like over here, since they can't talk anyway.
Goes over there to pout.
Purchase.
Like Vertilef says,
Waits for the thing to disappear from its mouth.
like Vertilef says, if there is nothing else I'm sure you would enjoy getting to work. Should step out of your way then.
Yes. Yes, I think that would be best. I will find you later for your reward, dragon. You have served the Lich Lord of Thay well. He has ways of rewarding creatures such as you. Many uses for you, I'm sure. Like salivating a little bit at the thought of delivering 4 dragons and the rituals.
Yeah, like,
Is now the time to?
like Vertilef was actually gonna make the point of like I was actually gonna the getting out of his way.
Yeah.
Like I was gonna
Yeah.
like walk past to like.
For sure.
Obviously, so like he can have and his minions can just we should part the scene before him.
You will not surprise the imp. With
Of
anything.
course.
But could I have from one of you guys here maybe like a group bluff diplomacy check,
Sure.
whichever you prefer for your character.
I could do that. Or unless you want to roll, Jonas.
To
no,
see
if
how enthralled he is by this.
if it's group and if it's bluff,
I can
I'll,
bluff.
I'll,
Bluff
I'll
for
roll.
for diplomacy.
I'll roll for bluff.
27.
Oh my!
26.
Oh my!
I don't know what my role's going to be, but okay. Blackguard is like the walking impression of I don't know what's going on, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
So are we gonna kill him now or what, guy?
27, 26, 01, or 16. It seems like Vilignev's just fully out of his element. Like, what the fuck?
When does the killing start?
Just like
Yeah, all right. You can get to there just fine.
Alright. Then we will strike, I believe.
All right. Let's roll some initiative.
Amp is just sitting there like, motherfucker, I can't believe this shit.
Fool, listen to the servant of hell.
I don't suppose we'll surprise him.
You two do.
Excellent.
Get to. You
Oh,
wish to. I mean,
can I? I mean, I'm ranged.
sure. I mean, you all can get your first. Basically, an action each before combat starts.
Yep,
Manaki just noted that the imp was surprised.
The imp
but
will
everyone
also
else-
take his action because he's entirely expecting this sort of bullshit.
Okay. I think then, if it's an action, I will, since I'm here, hanging out, playing Nintendo, I will, use my Battle Mind's Demand at, 1 power point, and I will mark Thazar himself, as well as, Skeleton Archer 1. That will be my one action.
All right. The imp, like seeing you turn, seeing Tilraxos turn, is like, no, this will not happen. The imp has a job to do, and it will not. Yes.
Uh-huh.
I will try
Charge!
to stab Toaxus with its stinger tail.
Alright.
Try to anyway. Flop on
Does
him.
that end up provoking an opportunity? Like,
It would if he had acted yet.
okay, I understand.
Miss.
Oh. Ah, it doesn't get to bite him either. So, he has an imp on his face.
Like,
2 attacks. The hell?
this will end up being deeply satisfying for Toraxis, I'm sure. Like, finally revenge against one of these fucking imps.
Can I spend action points during this?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then we will do a good old charge here. Smack.
The imp
You have to charge the closest square, right?
They're all two.
They're
Remember, all
all-
diagonals are one.
They're all
Oh,
within
right.
the same team shape.
This one will try to. Its bite is basic attack, so it'll try to bite you.
That's a hit for 2 damage.
Well, it's a crit actually, so that's 7 damage.
Okay.
And I guess Toaxus moves out, and it just sinks its desperate teeth, like into his ear or something like that.
I guess
I'm
so.
not really surprised.
Well,
Jonas, you were still showing us having the temporary hit point.
oh,
That didn't mark
should-
off the-
No, yeah, that shouldn't be there. Mm,
But yes, you get to charge the apprentice.
yes, the apprentice shall be charged. Do. Do I have combat advantage since he is suppressed?
Yes,
Excellent.
as you're
Swoosh.
fighting him, of course, all the that hits.
28 versus AC.
All
It's
the
a charge.
undead begin to react as well.
Oops.
And 26.
And 2. So 16 damage against Thazar. And we
You
will
knock
do
him.
a Dread Smite as a free action.
And 5.
5 extra and 5 ongoing.
Apprenticeship. Move. The GM name. And yes. Forstrix.
Everyone is so spread out, as always. I really can't do much with just one action.
Is it
God.
possible for you to hug Phasar to be adjacent to me through one of your, like one of your things?
No, my betrayal is I have to move him adjacent to an enemy. Well, actually, maybe I could do that. I'm just afraid his will defense is quite high, being a.
Probably his highest.
And you do have combat advantage, and if you get him next to he cannot escape from.
True. Let's try and move him with the betrayal here. I'll use my 2 points on it. This is important. Crit. Oh well, that doesn't matter. So move him. Well, where do you want him? As long as he's near that skeleton or here. Where do you want him to go?
You can position him anywhere so long as he's adjacent to me and satisfies the demands of your betrayal.
I would prefer him to be like here so I can reach him eventually.
Well, 1, 2 squares here. Smack that zombie, +3, it's a basic melee basic attack, +3, 2 damage and attack, and he is also dazed.
I love the vision. A 16 versus armor class against the skeleton. Way to go.
Does more damage than I do, so.
No, tried.
Yeah, well, he's also dazed, so that's good. Can I do one thing?
The Lignif's
yeah.
one action in the surprise round.
I know exactly what that's gonna be. Charge! Smack him! Combat advantage. 19 for 8.
19 doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit? Okay.
Swing. With its magical defenses powering up as he's hurt. We'll actually begin the first round. Dazed. Only do one. What one thing would that? One thing indeed. Well. Yeah, he doesn't like this whole being ambushed by dragons. As he looks at the imp, why didn't it warn him?
The imp's desperately, like, flailing, like, towards Tilrax. Like, no, my plan.
You're the worst. Addition here. You do about it.
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Not like this.
It don't last around though, so at least there's that. Oh, he should also take his ongoing.
Yes.
Alright. Well. Yeah.
Man, you dazing him in this spot really fucked him up.
That's great.
Yeah.
Not a good place to be. Yeah.
It's a good ability. As long as he has enemies near him, I can keep doing it.
Hmm.
Is he delaying Manaki? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's not a delay. Instead, do a total defense.
A total defense.
Trying to ward off the dragons until his undead minions can activate.
Makes sense.
Doesn't. Going.
The deathly cold is still eating away at him.
Skeletons begin to move. This is really annoying. Let me turn.
Yes, I remember when we had the conversation about the 5 feet.
So there's.
Ah!
Yep, there was only one way to get it done.
We'll move over here. Gently along.
Oh, I was making a macro, so I can do that again.
Attacks.
Where are we?
We're on the growing up map.
Oh my.
Oh, on that one.
6 damage to Berlith.
Okay.
Just over here. Attack Velignath with combat advantage. Or.
Oh, too much.
Yep. That's 8 damage, and he's marked.
Just so I don't forget. Bonus damage.
Here. Berlith.
Yeah, that will definitely hit.
Well. 10 damage.
I am marked.
This one. Step back. Shoot a Berlith. Roll.
Will miss.
Take this one back and shoot at Tilraxos.
No, that is a hit.
Hit. Berlith.
Okay. As a standard action, I am going to activate. Let's see here. Look at something real. I said, let me take a look at something. Don't you sass mouth me. Okay. Yeah. As a standard action, I am going to activate my Steel Unity Strike against Thazar. The combat advantage will cancel out the -2 I'm getting from Skeleton 1. That's what I'm going to do, yeah. So this will just be at a +1 to the damage roll, if it hits.
Right.
Do Steel Unity Strike against Thazar.
That hits even with his total defense.
That will be at 23 points of untyped damage. As she puts the full weight of her body into, like, hammering down like the wizard, like, snorting. As, like, his dreams of greed and avarice have foolishly led him into this situation.
Being a wizard, you might expect him to be frail, but he actually moves fairly deftly, clearly, like, used to fighting, and although desperately trying to protect himself right now, whirling a staff left and right, it's like a Gandalf sort of situation here. And even when you do hit him, it seems that his flesh has been sort of augmented, making it tougher and hardier, and more difficult to pierce.
Explains like, wait, he is the last survivor in this hell. Okay. As a minor action, I am going to activate my Psionic Vigor for 8 temporary hit points. As a move action, I will convert that into a minor to activate the daily of my Talon Amulet. Any creature that hits you with a melee attack takes 1d6 damage.
Alright.
That will be the end of my turn.
Imp. Well, Tyraxos is perhaps dangerous, but the imp is smart. And it knows that Velic.
No.
So you get an opportunity
first-
attack against Valigna.
Of course, it will spend.
Smack it with your tail.
Smack.
Nice.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, yeah.
Try to tail sting.
No.
Will it try? Desperately, it's like just letting out like muffled screaming sounds as it can.
It will not fail, damn it, no.
I'll move over here and attack Tilrax with a longsword.
Yes.
6 damage.
So everything's hitting me.
Right.
We will use a minor action for Shroud of Shadow to get some temporary hit points. Some defenses. Then we shall charge Thazar. See you later, Decaying Skeleton.
It will attack opportunity.
That's a miss. Alright. So yeah, charge here. I do have a charge attack macro now. So let's see if it works. I do have combat advantage if he's dazed.
No.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, you grant
Yeah?
combat advantage when you're
Excellent.
page 277.
Oh yeah.
24 versus AC.
That hits.
And an additional 3 damage for 15.
You made a charge macro, but you didn't put in the d6.
No, because I can't really do it in the damage thing, I think. I think it almost broke.
Mash. Alright.
I could try again. I'm not good at this. Okay. Now I shall action point. And I will use Blood of the Mighty. The daily to see if I can kill this guy off. Because he is dangerous enough for this, I believe.
He seems fairly dangerous.
Any other bonuses, Sheep, going on currently?
None currently. I didn't really act yet.
Alright then. Hoya!
5 initiative.
17 versus 18.
No, that's a miss.
I'll take some damage, but I will keep the power. Because it is reliable. Alright, I am done in that case.
Button. Here. Attack Forestrix. Forestrix.
Right, I'm going to try something here. I'm going to use the daily. My guy is dazed. Well, let's try something here. Well, I have an issue because... I can just shift away. So let me shift away from these skeletons first. So we move, and then I will activate my Living Missile daily on Tazar.
Right.
See if I hit him. No, natural one.
I won't do it.
Well, yeah. That's, well, he's still slowed. Because
How
of
long
a
does
miss.
that last?
Save ends.
How long does the dazed?
Until the end of my turn.
Okay.
He's still slowed, so I can still use the thing. So I will use that. I will use a Living Missile attack. Yes?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. So basically what I wanted to do is basically 10 squares. I'm going to slide him around the circle and back where he was. Hit this skeleton. So 16 versus reflex on the skeleton.
Yeah.
Alright, so 11 damage to skeleton 1. He falls prone. Half damage to him. He also falls prone. I'm going to activate the daily power of my orb, which means a target adjacent to an enemy I attack takes the same damage, so the Decaying Skeleton also takes 11 damage as well.
Nice.
Nice.
He's still slowed. Minor action is gone. Yeah, that's very strict.
Oh, he's no longer.
He's no longer dazed, yes.
Alright, if I hit, this is gonna be amazing. So let's find out if I do. Let's see, is the order going to be important here? Yes, sort of. Blackguard will use the daily. Turning into a maelstrom of flame as he attacks them. With the Rune of Endless Fire. He is basically neutral because combat advantage cancels out the mark, I believe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And an 18?
18 won't do it.
Damn it.
His total
Well-
defense is probably helping that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I mostly wanted the effect, because until the end of the encounter I do more damage, and most importantly, the number of hit points and temporary hit points I give is increased by 4. And I've recently realized that that means something very important for one of my abilities, which I didn't realize at that point. Because I'm going to spend an action point here
Alright.
and hit him with the reversed wrath, hopefully.
All your attacks dealing fire damage, I like that.
22.
Yes, that just does it.
Okay, he takes he takes 11 points of fire damage. And also, if he makes any attacks during its next turn, everyone within 3 squares heals 7 hit points. Just like that.
Can I get a heal?
Can you get a heal? Not yet.
It's a minor.
Fine.
It would heal me 4 more.
Yeah, it's whether I use it this turn or next turn, but sure. Thing is, yeah, let's give you a destructive heal here.
Blow him up to heal him.
Kaboom!
Also, Sheep, although it doesn't matter for this turn, since you've already taken your actions, keep in mind now you're burning gauntlets, because all of your attacks are dealing fire damage.
Yeah,
Yes.
just
I want to use that with the fire breath though, because I get more chances to actually trigger it.
Alright.
you can use it on like your anything
I
that's fire.
can, but the ongoing damage hits the first target I hit with the attack.
Right.
And that's sort of what I want to trigger. If I get more chances to hit something, I can guarantee that ongoing damage to actually do anything.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, you heal a bunch of hit points, and if he attacks, we all heal a bunch of hit points more.
Damage. Yeah. Stuff going on with him. This is somewhat
Prone,
undignified, really.
Yeah, prone and slowed.
I'll have to stand up. Slowed means that his speed is 2. Any actions that buff speed only does it to 2. So, I will have to guarded step back.
Okay. He makes that he's shifting, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. He shifts, and he is marked by me. I peer right on the other side of him.
Not what he wanted.
Where do you think you're going?
Yes, this is an outrage. I have power. As he will raise up his hands. These creatures, they will learn his anger. They will suffer much. Let's see. She will try to get some air around him. He will use his encounter power.
Standing up, was that like a move action? And he
He's
shifted?
using an action
Ah, okay, I understand.
to
He's cheating!
Mm-hmm.
He's using what we use! Oh no!
Get him!
to use the death wave
Okay, that sounds awful.
to close attack. So attack opportunity on it. He can only manage to get Tilraxos and Valagnith in the area of it.
Okay, so he's provoking like an opportunity action for me, and he's not even attacking me?
He's
wanna make sure I
not
understood.
provoking
Okay,
an
that's
opportunity
close
attack
enough.
from you, but he is not attacking you, and you have him marked, so there will
Okay.
be a -2 to him.
Hmm.
And if you got like a thing to punish him for that, then
And
I don't know what you do. But
that is an attack, correct?
yes,
So everyone of us within 3 heals 7 hit points.
Oh,
Alright, I'll take it.
there's your healing, Jones. Just pile on those attack mods and just make them miss all the time. Everyone just heals up. We don't even need
No,
you.
it's only 1 attack.
Ah, that sucks.
Still good though. 7 hit
Yeah,
points,
it's
nothing
great.
to sneeze at.
yeah, he will try to hit Valagnith first, then Tilraxos.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, then. It's a bit rude.
Oh my,
That's
that's a natural 20 too.
great.
Yeah,
That almost
alright.
takes me out.
That
Well-
crit there is that correct? I guess that would be, yeah, it's a high crit attack.
Alright. We'll have the he'll have as an immediate reaction, I will activate my Mind Spike. Tilraxos got hit for 28 damage.
No. The damage is from the first roll.
Okay. Well, you crit it, so
Yeah, so
Yes.
it doesn't matter.
Well, it's a
there's
high
there's a
crit.
crit on the first roll too. That's lower than
okay.
he
That's
has a bonus dice on crits,
Ah, okay.
Oh.
which makes it a variable.
Alright. In that case,
22 and
yes.
21.
Oh, he takes the damage back.
Thazar will take force and psychic damage equal to the damage that his attack dealt to my ally.
Smash. He's bloodied by his own death wave. Oh, psychic. Man, that's a mean power, I'll say.
I have to work pretty hard to get adjacent to my.
No, I'm rubber, I'm glue.
push
6 to me, 6 to you.
and knock you prone, so we'll push you. 3, knock you prone.
Till Raxus is like, not again, damn it!
Knock prone. As he like basically raises up his hands and like shoots a blast of just like a dark, inky black tendrils of force, sort of push you back while at the same time ripping at your sort of life. Maybe like a distant bell tolls, a couple of crows like fly away from where. As so I'll try to save against his ongoing here. Actually, he still has a minor, and now he can actually fucking use them. Yeah. So he will raise a skeleton. It's a minor action. He will make another decaying skeleton within 10. We'll make one there. We'll instantly join initiative. For him.
Can make a save on his slow now if he's finished.
Yes, I guess that. And then he will make a save against the ongoing. Nope. The slowed.
Yes!
He is really good at saving, but apparently not good enough to get through all this shit.
He's gotta get thrown. If he's not dead already.
He's still marked, yeah?
He is still marked by me until I go down until the end of this encounter.
Alright, well, we'll step up and restricts. 6 damage.
Yeah, I can't. Nothing I can do about that. That's fine. 6 damage. Okay.
Here, attack Valagnith with combat advantage.
Oh, you jerk.
7
Oh,
damage. Stabbing him while he's down. This one is prone, so it'll stand back up. And then it'll step over here trying to, get in the way. But it
Yeah.
won't.
And that means that I'm no longer marked by it then, because it's a hit on me. Yay!
This one... move over here and shoot at Vertlith.
That will just hit, and I am to not do my Persistent Harrier, because it's an immediate reaction. I've already used mine.
This one then. I guess that'll step back and shoot at Talaxos, but he has a +4 to his AC. Something like that
Yes.
for being prone.
Yep.
It has an effect, right? Is it +4?
Yeah, it's a +2
plus
from
two.
being prone, but I have my my
Partial
Shard of
concealment.
Shadows still going, so it's a +4.
All right. Well,
No.
it tried. Verdlith.
Okay. Hi.
He's sort of turning to Verdlith now, like, his eyes like wild. They're sort of narrow at this point. At first, he was like surprised, indignant, enraged, but at this point, it's more like a cold, like fury. He understands. He was had. The imp was right. You made a fool of him, and he does not appreciate it.
Oh, the imp was right. How many times is that ever said in life?
Yes.
Oh, that is
Not
a
enough. Well, for the imp at least.
great delight. As a minor action, Verlif is going to whip her head and breathe poison back at the 2 decaying skeletons back here, 4 and 5. First against 4, and then against 5.
And that is reflex save. So 4 will.
Have you factored in the +2 bonus you get from Validness healing to Rexus last turn?
No, why would I have remembered
A
that?
16 will not do it though. The
Yeah, it's +2 damage,
yeah,
not
pretty high defenses.
Alright. Good information to have. That was a good thing to point out, though. +2 to damage. Alright, let's see here. Is that until the end of your next turn?
End of my next turn. Yeah, I don't expect any of you to remember the bonuses I give. That's why
I understand you've been pretty helpful, yeah.
Nicely done.
Okay, so that was my minor action. As a standard action, I am going to see if I can fuck with this guy even more. I'm going to spend 2 of my power points, taking me down to 1 out of 4, for a Twisted Eye, Augment 2, against Thizar here. Jazz hands Thizar, as one does. That will be a 27 versus Reflex.
Yeah, that beats it. He's got pretty good defenses, but not 27 AC, certainly.
Alright, so he takes only 6 damage. The penalty thing isn't irrelevant, but he is blinded until the end of my next turn. He grants combat advantage, can't see anyone, takes a -10 perception, and can't flank. As Verlif, like, his eyes are like freaking out because he realizes that he's been had, and then Verlif enters his mind. And
This is the place he wants to go, though.
let's see here. Now that he's blind, like, that was my standard. That was my minor. I have a move action, which I will send to heaven. As a free action, I will activate Defender of the Wild, so that Skeleton 1 and Decaying Skeleton 5 can be marked as well.
Right?
And then I will activate my action point. Woo! Action point. Why not?
Everyone loves.
Alright, action point, and I think, just in case this guy somehow has a way around all of my bullshit. He might have a way. I'm going to Lodestone Lore Thizar, my action point, which will not hit him. And it's the first time my Lodestone Lore has missed. I do have combat advantage, so 16 versus will still probably miss him.
He has a strong will.
As I imagined. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, he is not stuck to me.
Oh, he's blind and slow and bloodied and marked and everything. Oh, it's
That
a
is
bad
the end
day.
of my turn.
This imp, though, it is like panicking. No, it needs to. This needs to stop. Normally it'd be like all stealthy and sneaky, but it doesn't have the time for it.
Alright. That will activate my opportunity action, which will actually activate my Steel Unity attack. For the first time being used, because I am in my Steel Unity stance. That is a crit, and that is more than that damage. That would be a
Jesus Christ! All right.
2d10 plus, that's 24 points of untyped damage.
And another 2 from Validness buff.
Yes, 26 points of untyped
Oh,
damage.
it has 26 health points left.
Nice.
Beautiful. As a
Oh.
Verdalith, the one person who never fought an imp, is charged at this imp, and like, you fool! And like the tail comes down. Just spikes the imp to the other side of her. The one person who never fought an imp.
It is broken upon the rock. This one will just shift here and stab Tobaxos. No, combat advantage. Not quite able to get through the scales.
Yeah.
Tobaxos.
So I can only crawl 2, is that correct?
You can
check. Prone.
crawl. Move up to half your speed.
Okay. Yeah, I
Page
won't.
288.
Yeah, that won't do. T-Rexes will stand up. State prone. He will use a minor action to try to breath the decaying skeleton in front of him to get him out of the way. Let's see if we can do that. Any bonuses? Probably not.
You have +2 to damage.
Doesn't really matter on these guys. 18 reflex.
Just does it.
Alright. 8 damage.
Breathe lightning on it.
Excellent. Charge! Get him! And yeah. Fuck this guy, really.
Waving his hand around. Horrible darkness. He has powers, but he cannot be alone to use them.
Let's see if I can get him. 32 versus AC
Well,
for
That hits.
yeah. Thank you. For 25 damage.
Good basic attack.
What? Did you include the damage buff?
No.
Then it's 20 a bunch. 27.
27. Right.
A bunch.
Smack.
We've had so many people in this initiative, I keep forgetting that Sheep hasn't had his turn yet.
Keeps going and going.
All
Yeah.
you're together here in a pile in the bottom. So.
It's that's a move, a minor, and a standard. Yep, I'm done.
All right.
This
First
blinded Thayan.
Yeah, that was max damage from my almost max damage from my charge.
I stopped one of those damn pursuers going after you.
Mm-hmm.
Shift away. He's still slowed by my effect, so I can throw him again, which I will do as a minor action.
Keep throwing her out. Whee!
That is 25 versus reflex on skeleton 1. I will do a roundabout to where he is again, so he's prone. So he takes 8, skeleton takes 14, the rope prone.
He's just tumbling on the ground.
Whee! And he's blind and just flying through the air, tossed around by the damn purple dragon.
The skeleton takes 16, and Cesar takes 8 due to Sheep's.
Alright, Sheep's buff thing.
And no, Verstrix is not buffed. He was too far away.
Alright.
Here I thought I was trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
Damn it, I was wrong.
But he's not done because that was a minor. Once he has that active, he can activate that as a minor every round.
Whee!
So long as he's slowed, yeah.
Yeah, now he's gonna do a fully powered mind thrust into the
You
Czar.
could kill any of the other dragons by smashing them repeatedly into one
Yeah.
another.
So this is versus the Czar.
The reflex.
That's a 25 versus will.
That does break his will.
10 damage, and he has a -3 penalty to all his defenses.
No, that was bad for him.
Yes. Yes.
What else? He has that's everything. He can't do anything else.
As Valignif bleeds out, he's like, extends a claw, yes, this is as I foresaw. The destruction is...
Phylacteries laying there. His allies all wreathed in his fire.
Can you
With a wicked sword just stabbing him.
shift while prone?
I don't. Let's. Shifting. Well,
You're lying on the ground. It doesn't say in the prone condition, which is why I'm asking.
Shift has you moving one square. Count.
for now, let's go with sure.
Right, then Valignov is gonna roll over here and sort of
Just roll away.
You rolled over there to exploit me, didn't you?
yeah.
I knew it.
He's gonna become an armadillo of flame as he'll bring his his shield to bear using the Shield of Sacrifice, stealing a healing surge from Verlith, and letting both Tyraxus and himself spend a free healing surge
Yes.
with a +4 bonus to the heal.
Delicious.
What even is my healing surge? I'm just gonna give myself one back.
And the three of us gain +5 power bonus to armor class until the end of the
Yes.
A plus what?
turn.
+5
power
AC.
bonus.
Good God.
I know, right? He's done this before. It's crazy every time.
It
The
is an
hobgoblins
armadillo.
didn't care though back
No,
when he did.
no, that's why I don't remember it, I guess, because
43 versus armor class.
43.
And then he's gonna. Can I? Oh, I'm too far away. Damn it. Which one of those? Sorry for being slow. I'm gonna attack the skeleton with the word of shielding. I have actions left, right? Yeah, I do.
You'll have a penalty because you're prone. Tag it
Yes. Yes, I do. Actually, you know what? Just second wind.
It's
There
a
you
nice amount of conditions on that poor Thayan.
That's not how you wish it.
No, that's not how you
If
use
only
it.
he had been able to act immediately, he could have done terrible things from range. But
He most certainly did
dragons
win
on top
fucking
of him.
initiative. He definitely won initiative too. Like he was ready to do it.
Like he could have been like, fucking rip the skies apart. But nope. Get buried in dragons.
Get controlled.
I currently have a very nice 27 AC, so bring it.
Skeleton will try to stab Verlith.
That
Oh.
will hit, and he'll take how much damage? 2 points of damage from my Talon Amulet.
How lucky.
That was one of the reasons why I utilized that. I'll take the 6 damage. Alright, I am
Okay,
not...
well, last turn. So,
5
what's all this
ongoing.
mean? He can't move much.
Slowed, blinded.
Takes damage from the cold he still hasn't saved against.
He's slowed and prone.
And prone and blinded, and as a reminder, that's what blinded does.
Yes, it's
We all have
a
total
bad place
concealment.
to be. You can minor action to summon another skeleton, though. That seems like a thing he wants to do. They're useful. Some more support.
Just like gestures somewhere around him.
More. Raise it up. Calls for his familiar. Not answering. Shit.
It betrayed you, the imp betrayed you.
Well, you can make deals with dragons, but he knows that's a terrible idea.
You should have tried.
Well, since he's so familiar with Shadowrun rules, he should know Geek the Mage.
Yes. He does. He should not have worn a robe. He dressed up like a zombie then. But
Don't dress up like zombies. That really upsets.
too fashionable.
Tyraxus very upset by zombies.
So, I suppose you will shift.
Is shift roll, and I will utilize my blurred step
Uh,
here.
You slowed. Can you shift while slowed?
I don't know. He was prone too.
Yeah, it just makes your speed real slow.
Yep, your speed becomes 2.
It was the slowest roll.
Well, that leaves him with not a lot of options. But you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes in life. Yeah. I mean, there's really not a lot of options here. So it's gonna have to be what it is. He will trigger an attack of opportunity from Wordlith.
Okay.
So take that. You can interrupt
Nice.
his spell casting.
I will spend a power point to utilize my Twisted Eye to allow me to use this power in place of a basic melee attack.
No.
24 versus armor class.
Oh.
And since I have combat advantage, it's 10 untyped damage.
And untyped. since he can't really see, he's just gonna target sort of this broadside power. It's a ranged power, though. It will hit Valignith, Vertilith, and the skeleton.
He gets a +1 to attack the skeleton.
Oh, it's
Actually, no, I don't think it counts as my other.
His powers actually heal the undead.
Is it a ranged or is it a blast? Because if it's a ranged, you can't target anyone if you can't see.
It's an area burst.
Oh, then
Yeah.
okay.
He's targeted this space, like
Sure,
there.
yeah.
He doesn't actually know that Valignith is there, but he knows that Vertilith is there, and he doesn't like that. It's a bad time, to say the least. So let's see here. I'll start by rolling against Vertilith.
Okay.
Necrotic burst.
That absolutely hits me.
Not for a good damage roll there, but then we will do Valignith.
Okay, I mean, yeah.
So
That's sad.
roll damage for each of you, and the skeleton is not wounded, so it cannot heal. Yes. Which of these are save ends effects? Are we? Which? I mean,
So,
the damage.
The ongoing.
Yes, he's gone with the ongoing. Done
It's
with
slow.
that. Done 20
It's
damage
slow.
to him, I think.
Do it slow.
All right, slow. Yes.
The
Okay.
blind is there until the end of my next turn.
All right, and the mark is still there too,
Yep.
and he's still prone because he can't stand up. But Bloody's not going anywhere. -3 to defensive sheet, is that a thing, or is that just?
That's mine. That's still until the end of my next turn.
All right, great. So he's a great spot. I can see.
Wait,
But
you
it's
cleared
not-
off the blinded effect and not the slowed
Oh.
effect. He is still blinded until the end of my next turn.
Never mind, I can't see.
Oh, I thought I could, but I'm just a little faster crawling around. Not exactly helpful. Did he make a skeleton? He did. Not initiative yet. Go. This one here, attack of Aristrix.
No.
Skeleton. Well, I mean, it's got a good thing going here. It'll just keep stabbing Valignith.
That's a miss.
Yes.
Yep,
you
with
have-
all of your bonuses.
This one will have to stand up.
The spinning armadillo.
And it's marked, but you know what? It doesn't.
It's no longer marked.
Oh.
That passed.
So we'll step over here and attack to Waxos.
There's a miss.
This one. Probably no longer marked either, yeah?
No, it's still marked. I hit it with the Battle Mind's demand.
Sure, so it'll
with
shoot
this
at
one.
Vertilith then.
Although that definitely gets me.
No, we
Oh,
have
no, it doesn't
25.
because of my +5 to AC.
Yep.
A miss is just.
This
The
one
armadillo does
will,
something.
Will step up and shoot till Waxos.
Miss.
Vertilith.
Okay. Still blind, prone, -3 to all defenses. Those are. Vertilith. Severely rocked by necrotic
Not
imagery.
looking well. The skin is cracking, revealing the red flesh underneath. Like even the unnatural grafts and whatnot cannot
Mhm.
save him. It's just an onslaught of dragons. I mean,
Yes.
can't
tyranny
really
of
expect
dragon.
it at some point too.
Who could survive that, right? Oh,
That said, he
Okay.
is very, very sturdy.
he absolutely. There's a reason why this was hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to. I'm gonna let him get a breath of fresh air.
Oh, he likes that. Just thinking about why
I,
he killed all his friends.
As a standard action, I am going to activate my second wind.
Mhm.
I am going to gain 11 hit points, which takes me up 15 to 26. I've got a +2 bonus to all of my defenses until the cows come home. That was my standard action. Move for minor, I'm out of power points. As a move, I think I will just direct myself to shift here, almost as if I'm taunting and prancing around the blind fucker, who will stop being blind as I end my turn.
The eyes probably red at this point. We can negotiate. Yeah, right. Sorry.
Tyraxos is noticing that seems to be a proud bone dad peeking out of the tomb up there. Nevertheless,
Oh shit.
He shall try. Yes, oh shit, indeed. We shall try to impress, as he will shift over here. And he will once again try to go for Blood of the Mighty on this guy.
And Cesar is prone, so you got
Yeah.
combat and -3 to his defenses too.
Yes, nice to
Yes, it's
defenses.
not
Any other bonuses going, Sheep?
No.
Okay, let's see if this does it. Yes. 45 damage.
A kobold, so he had 9 left.
Bit overkill then.
Looks at Verlith. We can discuss, and then
Yep.
I guess like he's just.
I spent my turn doing my little prance, like gaining my second win, like a fucking the asshole cat that we discussed. I was in the first session. You come up on him, and
It's just he can't, and then his head is just ripped off.
and like rolls like
Yeah.
towards Bone Dead.
And just the head ripped off at one slice, the torso like ripped off the lower part of the body with the other slice, and then the bite comes in and just rips out large parts of his rib cage, and he is just absolutely destroyed. I will.
Anything else?
Yes, I will use a minor for Vice's reward to give myself some more temp HP and even more power.
Restrict.
Alright, let's get this skeleton off me. Let's breath him in the face.
Don't go too close to the tomb.
That's not going to hit, so he's going to shift away. Let's see. Is there AoE potential? There's not. There is a skeleton almost dead. He will hit skeleton 1. He only has basic stuff left. 9 versus will. Skeleton 1. Seems he's all psychicked out. That's him.
Okay.
Blackguard is gonna stand up. And then he is going to heal himself really quick, smacking the ground with his tail, creating a resonating sound, as he will hopefully unleash the mother of all dragon breaths.
Alright. Ha.
I have a +4 damage. I don't think I'll use the gauntlets.
When are you going to use the gauntlets if not now?
I don't know. I might as well. Yeah, sure. Am I forgetting any bonuses? No. 18 versus reflex
That hits.
Whoosh.
for 12 fire damage, and he also takes 5 ongoing fire damage.
And all of your attacks, just like all deal fire damage, deal extra damage until the end.
Yeah, that is actually a question I have. My attacks do deal fire damage with my daily, but they don't have the fire keyword. So
don't have
I
the
don't
fire
know how that
keyword.
Well,
works.
it depends on the wording, I think, because if it says against the fire keyword, then it would, but fire damage, no. It's different,
Yeah, that is different. Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just says your attacks deal fire and radiant damage instead of the normal damage types. It doesn't change the keyword.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't
No,
work with
yeah.
attacks.
Yeah, probably
Alright.
not then.
Okay, and then as a standard action, I don't have a standard action. Poop.
Okay.
But I do have to actually heal myself. There we go. That's my turn.
Skeleton will attack. I'll step over here and attack Soaxa. Advantage. 25.
So even with the master dead, they're still going, huh?
They were pretty focused on just stopping you from getting close to him before.
I suppose so.
Usually
The super buff is gone from sheep.
Yeah.
Yes.
We no longer have the +5 armor.
Alright. 6 damage it is.
Dead. This one continues doing what it was doing. Slowly hurting Vorstrix. Wonder if you have something to.
Was that 20 versus AC? Hold on, let me check something. Chris,
Is that a daily or
A tie hits.
yeah, I know. I'm just trying to see if I can push something. Nope. All right. Yeah, that hits.
It's 6 damage. It's fine.
Fun. We'll
Fair strikes disagree.
I know how you. I know. I like how you all are quite happy to take damage, but I don't want to.
and then try to save.
I'm squishy.
It saves.
Fun. Tactile access.
That's a hit.
3 damage.
Alright.
And he is marked.
Yeah.
Which, well, that wouldn't be. This one will. We're here. And shoot Verlith. You a clear shot.
It will miss.
This one, however, will shoot a Valgnath. He's right there.
Miss.
I'll provoke an opportunity attack or action from the Cane Skeleton 6 as I close the gap.
Cool.
That will definitely hit, and the Cane Skeleton will take 2 points of damage.
Fall into her trap.
It's a way to clear out minions. Just walk through them with that.
You like that cunning scheme?
I do. Yes, I approve.
I feel like that does fall under no effort wasted. Like even getting hit to get something done.
Yeah.
It's like it claws at me, and then the Talon Amulet activates that does bloody me. Standard action is going to be to activate a conductive defense against the Skeleton Archer, we'll say. No, that doesn't hit. Very good. Glad we had that turn. That is the end of my turn.
Right. Relax.
Well, I am marked, so I might as well hit this guy.
You have +2 damage.
Hooray! No, there's no way to get a charge here. We will do the good old vengeance strike on this guy.
Right.
I am so pissed at all these undead in this valley.
There's
Are you a zombie?
vengeance.
You're a zombie, aren't you? Hey, zombie!
Zombie disguise! I knew it!
Is he lost all the meat?
5 versus AC?
No.
No, 15. Okay, well, it was a beautiful dream. Yeah, I don't. It's done.
Forest tricks.
This thing needs to get off him. Let's shift again.
It's the world's slowest chase.
I know that
Yeah.
that 1 HP decaying skeleton has plenty of dreams of hurting you.
Yeah, let's just shoot it. Maybe I'll 11. For fuck's sake! What the hell? All
I
right.
don't seem to have a strong will at all, but 11 won't do.
Yes. Yeah, I'm having an off day again. It seems. Yeah.
Hey, you had plenty of fun that living missile.
I mean, you smacked him about.
I just like a spinning necromancer just flying around in the air like.
Forest is still moving the body around.
Yeah.
Just like,
Yeah.
It's slowly, like turning in the air. He's popping and locking. Flying.
Valagnev is gonna go here and smack the skeleton. The Executioner's Call. Wow. Trying to set him up for Tyraxis.
Calling the executioner.
15 for 13 damage. Does that hit?
Nope.
Sad. Well, then my attack literally does nothing.
The executioner doesn't come to the phone right now. Doesn't pick up.
winged
No.
sword.
This is a very
strict.
busy round.
Cuts him a little bit again.
Squishy, squishy, squishy. Very squishy.
Everyone
Takes a
missed.
Valagnev. Oh my.
Yeah, that hits.
Stabbing him again. This one. Oh, and you.
I'll get you back in a moment.
With the breathful hammer.
This one. Tilraxos.
Yeah, that's a hit.
6. Give the mark up. This one will shift over here.
Shifting will not save it. Step too close to me.
It'll change to its short sword. This one will shoot at Veliknet.
Yep. I need a bigger shield.
Good.
Okay. Let's grumble at these damn things. Grumble, grumble, grumble. We should have been skeletons, but of course I would say that, right? Let's try to hit it with a conductive defense again. Damn it! Now my rolls are weak. 10 versus reflex. I got him, totally. Move.
Archers don't have great defenses, but...
No. Move. Minor action. No. I'm good where I am. That's the end of my turn.
Right. So Axos.
I'll try to hit him again. String. Nope. That's a 2.
I won't do.
The dice have left us.
As soon as Bone Dead peeked that head around.
We're gonna die here from these stupid skeletons.
Rubbing his bony hands.
What shall I do? Shift and blast. Shift and blast. Maybe I'll hit
One of these days.
13 versus will.
Oh,
Oh my god. Alright. Alright. That's fine.
Has his better will than Malignant.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
Veliknop's gonna smack the skeleton with... I'll stay on the offensive here. Diminish him. I have a +4 to damage. This sounds...
You could.
No, I don't.
You could
Yeah.
shift out and then charge my skeleton. He's blooded, you might kill him.
I could.
Shift to here, and then you charge.
You will have a penalty to attacking the skeleton, of course. Because you're marked.
Yeah, that's true. But I still like the idea. So shift here.
I just think we need to try to start taking damage, like, because we're fighting one thing each and we're completely missing. So
Yeah. Like I'm sure I can charge
anyway,
without actually
you can
passing adjacent to
you can
them
just
to that guy.
go like that. You will...
Yeah. So, charge, smack him. That's 2 damage.
+1 to hit from the charge.
19 for 17
that hits.
fire damage.
Did you have the
Max
-3 in there?
I did not, so it would be 17.
Does not hit.
Oh my god.
It was a good thought, Jonas. It was a good thought.
I tried.
Curse of Lethargy sucks.
The king skeleton's like, I don't know about that. You bastard! He keeps hitting in the 20s and above.
Like, what the fuck?
What is
What
this
is
to hit?
this?
Like,
How
what
are
the fuck?
skeletons hit better than we do? Like, what the fuck?
You probably would have been better if you just started flying instead.
If I've melee basically attacked him, I'd probably hit him better. I mean, I don't know.
Like this.
Oh, I miss. The tides are turning.
That will mean that Malignant is no longer marked. Ah.
Yeah.
And we'll keep stabbing to Axos.
Yeah, that's fine. Miss. No hit. No miss, because I'm voice reward up. Haha!
And you don't look marked either. This one. We'll stab at Berlith with the short sword.
That will not hit.
I think it should probably have done a while ago. You know. This one will shoot at Veliknet.
The shield, it does nothing. I have 1 hit point. That's all I need.
Berlith.
Probably
One
all
hit
you
points is
need.
enough.
Alright. Hey, Skeleton Archer, you've done great work, and I'm very pleased with your service. Let me just keep entertaining you over here. My song and dance and conductive defense. Son of a bitch!
This is a little uncanny.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'll use some move action to shit.
I remember the days where I used to roll above a 2.
That end my turn. Oh, that's beautiful.
This is not cool.
Need to
At
rest
least
another
we
week.
got. At least we defeated the Thayan.
Yeah, we can probably fly away, right? Just leave these skeletons here. Maybe they'll
The
guard the
archers
tomb.
will just crit us to death.
Yeah.
Shift here. And we will do a Dominator Strike, because we need to be a little bit more defensive now.
You need
You
to
have
imagine
CA
that they're
and
zombies.
A+1.
Really need to think of them as zombies.
Yeah. Zombies. They're fleshy, horrible things. Yes!
Pretty close.
21 damage. Yes, and I gain some temporary hit points.
See? It's a good thing you dealt that much. Oof,
Yep.
20 HP left.
They are beefy zombies.
Yes, they are.
Soldiers.
They are. Yeah, that's all. That's everything.
Beefy and persistent.
Second wind.
Perfect.
Second wind.
Sense.
That's a healing surge and +2 to all defenses. Correct.
Yes.
Okay. +2 to all. And is that a standard? Is that my full?
That's your standard.
You can fly up and just
Fly up 5 feet and still get hit?
no fly up.
Rather
Fly up.
You
no, I'll
Your-
provoke.
Yeah, but you have increased defenses and you have your Mind Fortress.
This is just.
Surely he
just-
won't hit.
This is just on. This is just like
Because
not.
if you stay here, you just gotta keep slashing you.
Hit Chiron.
Exactly.
Alright, sure. He'll fly 15 feet up in the air, provoking from the zombie, and now he's going to crit me and I'm going to die. Alright, so I have a +2, that's 19. Alright, so as Verstrix flies up, the zombie goes to eat him, and then Verstrix just suddenly isn't there anymore. There's like a bubble, like similar to how like the mirror dimension works in Doctor Strange. There's like a bubble of that around Verstrix, and whatever passes through that, he is complete and utter control of, and he can just make the zombie just not hit him. So now he has an AC of 22, which means it misses.
Alright. You put the flying state in yourself.
I will do it.
Turns out the archers has +20 damage and to hit to anything flying. So,
To anything flying, yeah, like
yeah, that's how they got the
Dragon
goats that
arrows.
were shucked in. Yeah.
Well, Archer 1 isn't going to be shooting you.
But I'm just gonna shift here and I'm gonna charge this archer.
Ah, that's fair.
I have a +5 damage bonus against him. So 19 AC for 19 damage.
$19 damage.
Smack him.
Oof.
Nice. Watch out.
And, yeah. That's my turn. I'm totally not gonna get hit while I go to the bathroom real quick.
Come over here, Decay, and hit me, Decaying Skeleton.
Or stabs.
It sure does fucking hit me.
Fucking master swordsman decaying
1 point of
skeleton.
damage.
Whee! Finally, that's how we kill it. I think he did almost as much damage to us as the mage did. Like that skeleton, because being...
he almost killed me.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking,
Like what the fuck?
fucking bizarre.
Swings a sword at them.
the decrepit skeleton just goes slowly stabbing a dragon to death.
Yeah.
So Exos.
It does.
He's,
It does hit me.
We need to exercise this curse of Jake that's gotten into
It
our
is.
rolls.
Jake is strong right now.
remember there was something weird that we get about archers too, wasn't there?
There might have been, yeah.
But he's a short sword.
That does not hit. I typed out the roll 1d6 in advance.
Back and shoot. Yes.
That will miss Felicnith, thanks to the shield.
This shield works!
He wasn't
The
even here to
dog.
see it. Ruthless.
Alright. Can't move away from this archer. If I move away from this archer, he'll start shooting again, and that's not okay. This is for the best. You see here, Archer, we're gonna do a conductive defense this time, and it's gonna be
Not a
proper.
one.
25 versus reflex
That
for
hits.
14 lightning damage. And should the entrepreneurial archer decide to attack someone else for whatever reason, take another 4 damage. I will shift 1 space to be here, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Oh, I see the archer missed.
It sure
did,
did,
yeah.
thanks to your shield.
Oh yeah, the shield.
It works! Brilliant!
Standing shoulder to shoulder with Telraxis again.
Mm. Like the good old days.
The good old days.
Now, with the skeleton archer shifting out like that, I can't reach it, unfortunately. So,
I'm
I'm scared.
It's fine.
We're getting very close to, like, we're about to die, maybe,
T-Rexes
from
will
behind.
move here to keep Verlith's back protected, as he will swing at Skeleton 2. Keep doing this somewhat protectively. 17 AC, probably not.
No, they have 18.
Yeah, well, there we go.
First.
He would like to fly away from the entrance. He'll fly his 3 over here and rain down from above on this skeleton archer here.
Can you actually help Lignith over there, or are you out of range? Because I think if you can kill that skeleton archer over there, a lot would be much better.
I mean, if I revert my move, I can, but I've already moved. I mean, if I don't think I can. Where was I? Somewhere. I don't. Oh, I can hit him from here. And then move, I guess.
Yep.
Sure, I'll do that. Snipe the skeleton! 10 damage! Skeleton archer 2.
Oh,
Well, that certainly worked.
It'll be up to Felicnev to complete the mission.
Yep.
back up and charge.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'm just checking if my hit bonuses are actually correct, because I don't think they are. No, that should be 2 higher. Wow.
Wow.
He's gonna shift backwards. Well, move backwards and charge. And this should actually be this much. Actually, this much. 20 for 13 damage.
Yep.
Finally. And that's my turn.
Kills him most slashes to access. 3 damage.
3 damage. That will. Yep. I'll shave him off the 10 hit points.
1 slash out of brutal. Short sword.
No.
Right.
Okay. Alright, that went so well last time. Barristrix is up there, ready to act as a bomber. Could be glorious. Got this. I got this. We got this together as a family.
Yes.
Skeleton Archer, you are not part of the family. 18 versus Reflex, 9 lightning damage.
Doesn't.
I will, act to look over at Tilraxos. I had shifted here, but, let me just nudge myself out of the way.
Back.
Dance around the archer. That'll end my turn.
Right, to access.
Keep swinging at skeleton with the Dominator Strike to be defensive.
If you wanted to attack, like, weakened targets, you'll have a -2 to hit the archer, but it's bloodied.
Yes. I am tanking the skeleton currently. And I think you and Veristrix can finish off the archer, and I'm just gonna keep this guy busy.
Don't trust me to hit anything.
Okay.
I'll try my
I
best.
just because I'm afraid if I walk away, he's gonna like charge, Valignith or something down there, and
Yeah.
But yes. Whoop. 26 AC.
That hits.
17 damage. And I gain 3 temporary hit points again. Whoop. And actually, since I have a smite left, fuck you. 5 more damage and 5 ongoing.
Oink.
Yes.
Restricts. Skeleton cracks and breaks, begin to fall apart. Not much of it left.
Mm.
The
So
other
do you
one
want me
just having
to?
a short blade. It sort of trying to work with.
Do you want me to kill the skeleton archer or the skeleton?
Skeleton is more dangerous. The archer with the short sword is not doing much.
Alright, let's blast the skeleton then.
The Skeleman.
13 damage, 17 versus will. Right, he will move further down.
Oh,
Bad enough, and his singular hit points are going to take a rest over here.
and a pillar.
Yeah.
We'll swing it for a little. Probably
Sink
last
down
time.
in the sands.
I will not hit, no. Let's see if a final conductive defense can finish the job. Phone, not right now. I'm busy playing a tabletop game on...
Busy being an adult. Come on.
Exactly. Important things over here,
No,
okay?
that will not hit. Oh shit.
Right.
It's the end of my turn.
Alright.
I shift over here. And
Go look at Mark. I think he's dead.
Vengeance Strike. Reinforce
That's
AC for 14 damage. There we go.
Fight is over.
And now
Smash
run
it.
away before the imps get ideas.
You know, Tyraxes will grab the corpse of the mage to gather all his valuables, and then we will back off. Back off Bone Dad. I know he has reach with that tail.
From here you can begin to feel his aura.
Yeah.
Aura of obedience. So I sense that you should probably serve this devil
No.
and do as it commands.
Nah. No.
We're out. Bye.
Yeah.
See you later.
We're as I said, grabbing the
Watch
mage
this.
corpse.
Clearly you're following the ideas. And, right. I'll grab a corpse and just run away.
You know, if
Yeah.
there's any other obvious valuables.
Nothing obvious.
Hmm.
You want to spend some time.
It's more like grab the packs and stuff that the skeletons were carrying, drag it off.
It was mostly dead bodies, it seems.
Oh, okay. Well done. The mage corpse is the most important one.
Sure.
Gather the head, very important.
Do I hear? Are you going to go with necromancy again, Jonas?
No, I'm just preventing Bestrak from doing it.
Alright.
Catches your eyes, watching from just at the sort of edge.
Yeah. Draxus
Watching
just
him.
looks at him and then walks away. Grabs Verdlith. Leads her away as well.
Move out. Post.
So, yeah, we will leave.
Quickly.
We're out.
Big birds above, circling.
Maybe Bestrak can fight a bird.
I don't think it would be a fight.
I don't know, those birds, man, they can do some damage.
As you can hurriedly run away.
We don't run away, Manaki. We just advance in a different direction.
Somewhat bloodied.
Somewhat.
Yeah, a little bit.
You withdraw.
Take a short
Carrying
rest,
dead.
perhaps.
Apprentice.
So, like, looking at him, like, and looking through his corpse, what made him so tough? Was it just magic?
It seems that there's a lot of strange, like he's a lot of his skin seems to not really be alive. Some probably again there would be necrografts, but It's not really something I don't think Tobaccos really know about.
No, probably not.
Foul necromancy
Right.
has been done to toughen his body.
Right.
And he was also a fairly adept fighter, though his condition certainly left something to be desired.
Right. Did he have any valuables on him?
Yeah. He had some stuff. You find a bag of onyx gems,
Hmm.
like onyx. There's quite a few gems in there. In fact, there's 590 gold's worth.
Very nice.
Beyond that, he has a jewel. Appears to be magical, as it sort of glows, and as you hold it, you can feel like a faint glow of power. Also, by the way, you all get a milestone here.
Yep.
Right. Yes, it seems to be a magical jewel.
Magical gem.
Beautiful gem. Yeah. Red, pulsing, almost like a heartbeat.
Hmm.
That's nice.
It is nice. Anything else?
His staff and clothes and such seem to be fairly unremarkable. The gem, certainly.
Being the thing. Sure.
You do find what appears to be a small, like a ritual book.
Alright.
Oh, yes, please.
Maybe something could be scavenged from it.
Well, I can copy the rituals from it and do it myself.
You could, yeah. Raise skeletons.
Well, we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah, you can take the ritual book.
Alright.
Or we could burn it for an immense amount of satisfaction.
No, you won't.
Very
book is
doesn't actually didn't even hear that. He's like, no, that's just
Nah.
I did
I like your ideas. This one's stupid. No.
Is that is there a gleam in Roistric's eye when he sees new knowledge that he could use? New secrets.
It's like, the tunnel vision when you get a new book and you just want to read it. It's, everything else is just inconsequential right now.
So I mean his claws are probably pretty fine because they're not very good at actually killing anything, but maybe they're actually quite adept at turning a page.
Oh, he's very dexterous with them. Yes.
Yeah. So he's
they're not like the brute claws that Telraxus might have.
Oh yeah, huge jagged things on
You can also
Telraxus.
safely take your short rest.
Yep.
I should leave.
Okay.
Seeing Besseric again. Oh.
Yeah. Did he say anything?
No, you weren't really at a sort of close enough to have a comfortable speaking distance.
Was it a warm smile on his fatherly face?
It was certainly a smile.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have lips, he can't not smile.
Yeah, I suppose.
Watched you, came closer slowly, watching the fight. Imp sort of swerved around him like a little flock of bats or something.
Well, if we backtrack to the camp where we left in a hurry, is there any valuables left at the camp? Because maybe he packed up so quickly that...
I can't imagine he would have left behind anything that he cared about.
no, but...
Looking through it, it appears that the workers here had nothing. It's likely that they were slaves. There's some what remains of like food canisters and such, but it seems that he didn't need to eat really. And when the food ran out, it's likely that he killed all of them and made them into undead.
Alright. Well, I have taken my short rest.
You are done, however. That no further reports will come here.
That's a good thing. Now, perhaps we should make our way back to our camp in case we have ogres on visit.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
At least now we have some means to pay them with.
Payback.
That is
right?
now Telraxus is the one who didn't hear.
Verstrix looks like dead serious for like 2 seconds, and then he just gives a sly smile.
Yes, payment.
Sure, you can make your way. Make
The
your way
creep
back to camp.
is the creeper still hanging out by the rock?
Oh yeah, but it's only at night you really can notice him.
All right.
At day he's basically not there.
T-Rexes will still have the corpse with him, by the way, from the
Oh.
apprentice. Just
What you can do with it?
well, if Veristrix finds anything useful in the book, maybe we can raise it as some sort of undead servant and / trophy. If not, he's probably just gonna have Valiant burn it.
Well,
Sure,
Verstrix
that's
would
cool.
like to see.
Have Valignov burn it? He only burns what he wants to burn.
I bet you, Valiant, that there is no way you can burn this corpse to ash.
Fine.
You didn't do it right. You should be like, oh, I wonder if we could figure out what these grafts are made of.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Valiant is like, I know a way.
Oh,
It's true.
they
I
were
should-
flammable, huh?
I'm too tired to think of such subtleties, but yes.
Yeah, you can return to camp towards. There's been no ogres here in like the day you've been gone. What a coincidence that would be, huh?
Hmm.
But no, they don't seem to be plot punctual.
Plot punctual. Alright.
You come back. You don't look too bad at this point. You're all sort of well up and sure, searches down and whatnot, but
Tyraxis is fairly okay. Things considered, he's used a lot of surges, but he has a lot.
how do your characters feel about the situation they just faced? Like how they dealt with it, and perhaps what they learned from the Feyen apprentice, of what he found out, what he has like informed his superiors of. The overall sort of state of
Verstrix does find it a bit concerning, because there will come a time where they will come looking and they will need to be dealt with. So that is certainly a worry. Although I don't think dragons can worry, it's more of just an annoyance in this stage. But I think with how they dealt with the Thayan himself, it's kind of a huge kind of confidence boost, as in like, yeah, well, we took care of him. I mean, why can't we take care of the rest of them that easily? Bit of bravado, probably overconfidence, but that is certainly how he feels right now.
Tyraxis is also annoyed at this disturbance, like having having wizards poking around, and Thayans at that is not good. Like clearly this guy, more of this guy shows up, that's gonna be bad. We got him because we and Verdolith especially pulled off a very clever ploy to catch him off guard, and that helped immensely securing our victory. So Tyraxis is again not concerned but annoyed, and it's like, well, this requires further thinking how to handle this going forward. And he's also a little bit proud of his adoptive sister Verdolith, because even though Tyraxis himself would have just charged in and attacked and be done with it that way, Verdolith displayed some very impressive cunning, and yeah, he's impressed. He can appreciate a good manipulation, for sure.
For Valignov, as naive as he might seem, he's not stupid. And when the Feyen apprentice talked about everything in general, there was one thing he said that makes Valignov perhaps not only optimistic, but almost certain of our inevitable success over the good old diviner Bress, the divinatress, the you know who I mean. Because he said that when she looked far in the future, she died. though she has probably not done that often before, and probably isn't really capable of doing that much, and probably therefore didn't. And we live a long time. So, despite her being able to look into the future, she could not possibly have looked into our adulthood. Therefore, it's very likely that we'll win, because she has no idea what we're going to do and how strong we'll be.
It's a very subtle thing.
Verdalith is immensely pleased, because any brute can hunt, but it takes skill and intelligence to trick one's prey into offering itself for dinner. No effort wasted. She was true to the Green Dragon bloodline in having identified a situation, and despite the interference from her less skilled, less intelligent companions, managed to salvage the situation into something delightful. Given the Thayan's power, it would have been far more effort intensive to have a fight at the original excavation site. To have it where we did, in such close proximity, speaks well of what Verdalith can really do if she cares. She's not concerned about other Thayans because they're not here. They're looking at other sites. And as for the information the apprentice shared, it will have to wait further confirmation. The apprentice was very greedy and filled with delusions of grandeur, and no one is as great as Dragon.
Yeah. So sounds like it generally. It's a triumphant host, a triumphant tyranny that returns
Yes.
to the ex-Pale Burgles camp. I guess now it's the tyranny camp.
That is the name of our country, the triumphant tyranny. Yes.
Yeah. You know, guy is always relieved to see the dragons happy. Ideally, also a little bit tired. That's sort of a good spot for him to be.
And not very hungry.
Yeah. You know, they have a corpse with him, so.
Okay. Gaius is very wise.
He has survived for a long time as a person in a very oppressive system of constant fear and tyranny. So, you know, wisdom might not be, it might just be skill at not being killed by tyrants.
Certainly a favorite servant.
I mean, all the ones that didn't have that skill would have died.
Hmm.
Very strong selection pressure.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Assuming that you don't immediately run out to do another thing, someone will come visit. Yeah. The next morning.
Okay.
Sure.
As Skyus will call out that there's a bear approaching.
Oh.
No, that guy.
Yes.
As
Verdalith hears mention of bear, and like her beautiful perch to sun herself, like gets up.
That
Yeah,
bear
Truth
looks
steps up.
terrifying.
it is a big bear, and it is pretty. It looks pretty terrifying. Yeah.
Mhm.
As the druid of the hunt watches the camp, displeased at the sort of dry, barren place. But then again, dragons are hunters, and they surely will pick a good spot for their name eventually.
Verdalith will
They just stand there waiting for.
fly down basically like off the ridge to She's still in a great mood.
One hand on the bear says, "Oh, dragon, I have decided to leave the valley for the time being. It appears that there are no more portals. I did not find all of them, though it appears that you succeeded."
Vertilith dips her head slightly.
"I come from the monastery I've visited before. A caravan came there, speaking of a meeting with you. Seems that you wish to set out to do, and control the valley in a more direct manner. It is no business of mine, but I do believe creatures such as yourselves might prove better for the wildlife of this place. The
It is
current state of affairs is certainly unnatural, to say the least. The ogres eat too much and hunt too little.
The Vertilith's, clear expressions, as much as, any dragon can, show, frustration and severe displeasure with what has happened in the valley. Unnatural state of it.
That said, me coming here was more a favor to Master Hiji than anything else. He said that it might be time for a small discussion. That you and he might do some business now that his people have arrived.
Her eyes gleam, like the light of the day.
The nature of this is for him to reveal to you. Well, suppose I shall hear of your hunt.
Your effort to travel here to relay this is appreciated.
He nods. Well then, as he looks to the side where the creeper is, it's like early morning, so it's not there, but it's around there. As he does a slight frown again, says, "I suppose I will leave you to your nature."
Tyraxos will sort of take a step forward, and he will say, "I don't suppose. If the ogres are unnatural." Looks at the druid. "Do you know of the road the ogres take from the Earl to reach this place? Is there a preferred path?"
It is not something that I have spent time enough here to discover. However, I would assume they walk along the canyon. There are creatures in that canyon that even they might be wary of passing.
Canyon.
I myself will bypass it. I have no interest in trifling with such things. I shall take the road south, across the mountain.
Good hunting.
A twinkle in his eye. At first, when he looked at her, it was assessing, but at this point, after there's a couple meetings, it's turned more into almost like a mirth or excitement that his lord, Millar, has been able to create a hunter as perfected and deadly as a dragon. Like, it's an apex predator. Nothing eats dragons, but dragons eat everything.
True.
Yeah.
Verdalif
I
certainly
believe that
does.
they should.
And, from what Verdalif like understands of like not just like Droop but like Malar and like the Emerald Enclave, yeah, she's fully behind like this whole thing. Absolutely, she should have the right to eat whatever she wants.
It's the only way that the world can be made well. It's the natural order.
Yep.
That the great things hunt the smaller, and that the smaller flourish.
She
In
can
trying to-
100% support anything involving her being at the top.
It is
Sure.
nice to meet a human who understands, you know?
Yes, there will likely be other refugees coming through here from time to time. Watch out for the scars. They have a tendency to spread.
Hmm.
She nods emphatically at that.
Over here. The bear will sort of begin to lumber down. Forest.
Goodbye, murderous bear.
Verdalif watches them go. Another great event to be pleased about. It was for the best that the druid no longer needed to be in this valley.
Yeah,
So,
he was an ally.
Yeah.
We might see him in the future.
but in the same sense, in terms of the valley, that's one less thing
Yeah.
to deal with.
Hopefully not see him in the future since he's coming around to deal with corruption.
You know, maybe we run into him when we leave the valley. Who knows where he's gonna go?
South.
To the plains.
The Unseelie court is a natural, damn it.
There's divided opinions on that, but
The Dark Creeper says.
I mean, look at me. I'm perfectly.
Yeah.
Like eats a dove.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, the Emerald Enclave does not have a stance on the Fae. They have varying opinions, probably, depending on kick guys down from the tower.
Burstrix sits there gazing up at the stars.
Verstrix needs to read this book.
Yeah, I think.
But perhaps we can sort that out during the week.
Traxxas will go back into the cave and count the coin. Yes.
I resume
Big
selling
coins.
myself.
Beautiful money.
Although, when I say next week, I should say next week.
As a reminder for every viewer, our next session is 2 weeks from now, on the
Yes.
29th.
That is correct.
Manaki will be out in the field
Yep. Doing field work.
and cannot GM us.
He will be swimming with the dolphins.
Saving our planet.
So it sounds like we will not be taking a long rest, and really if the ogres appear sometime during the 10-day, what we're going to be doing with them is not a long rest. So
No.
Yeah.
We
No.
might as well.
They will take a long rest.
Sleep with the ogres? That seems
What?
Yeah.
Sleep with the ogres? Excuse me.
a long rest with the ogres.
and then, so
Sounds like
it'll
a
just be
start of a
time
joke.
for us to relax, for Tilraxis to count coin,
Mm.
Veristrix to study a ritual book.
We have quite the pretty penny now in the pile.
Yeah.
We have 3,300 gold pieces, I think, on the pile.
We did well today, folks.
We
It was
have. We also have a mysteriously magical red gem that we need to identify.
I mean, it's red. That means
Wait,
Anyone
whatever it is.
anyone-
magical red gem. I could take a look at it, I guess.
Yeah, take a look at it.
How about I do my roll now, Manaki, and we can discuss whatever afterwards, perhaps?
I just want to see a stat
I
block.
can tell you what that is.
Sure. Let me just do a roll.
You'll have a little time, and basically what you're doing is you're beginning a short rest that you won't, or a long rest that you won't have time to finish.
Yeah.
Oh,
So 17 Arcana check.
You want to know. Oh, yes, it is something called a power jewel.
Oh.
It has a daily power. It's a minor action. It allows you to regain the use of an encounter power of first of third level.
Oh, that's useful.
Oh,
That is amazing.
You must have done a milestone to use it.
Okay.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, given that Psionics don't use encounter powers, and that doesn't seem to have any disclaimer for power points, then that would be either for...
It'd be more for those kids than us.
yeah.
Well,
School cats can fight over it.
my horrible fight breaks out. My encounter attack is my smite, or my utilities are my defense boosts and 5 temp hit points. The smite is certainly useful. It does a lot of damage. I wouldn't mind having another one, but if you feel you have a more useful utility power sheep, I'm open to.
I mean, I can just roll them here. Got these two, which are both actually really good.
Okay, I'm fine with you taking the German power for now.
For now.
I mean, it is red, so
It
I
is.
sort of have to.
We will place it very carefully on the pile.
As a
They'll
minor.
make a
validate-
circle it so that he can wear it.
Yeah, exactly. Or we'll have Valgate swallow it, or have a really bling ring or something.
Now, I don't have a neat cutout version of the rituals at hand.
Right.
It's actually going to have to find a unified source. But I'll teach you with what they are. They are higher level than you can cast currently. Higher level than you.
Right.
But they are excavation, sending, and skull watch. Excavation is a ritual to remove or like dig and remove in dirt and rocks and such. Loose dirt and rocks can be mentally just erased.
Okay.
Sending is to send messages over a very long distance.
Yes.
And the skull watch is to activate a skull to basically fly around and like keep a lookout.
Oh, we should have that. That's great.
Well, interesting enough, I already have sending as part of getting a ritual book, so that's good. Excavation and okay.
I believe they are level 6 rituals.
Yes.
I'll see if I can remember next time to just find.
Yeah.
Do we get any experience?
No.
Yes,
Oh.
you have completed a hard goal.
Yes.
Kill the Theanon.
As teased last time, we be entering our 2-week break at level 4.
That seems likely, yes.
Let's see. XP currently. Goal done. Got a total of 2,925, which is 732 each, which puts you at 4,225.
4,200.
That sounds like a level.
Level 4.
That is a level.
Yes.
Ability score increase! Ah!
Power!
Your ability scores a feat.
Yes.
I know exactly what feat to take, I think.
Yeah.
20 intelligence. Yes, sir.
I think I might pick up toughness, actually.
Toughness is good.
As a query for 4th edition, how does gaining a level interface with us not taking a long rest? Because we're not going to be taking a long rest before the start of the next session.
That's a good question.
I will not exactly know how the game would want to do that. However, I believe actually it would want you to just not level up before you get a long rest. But I say that you just don't refresh the powers you have spent,
Right.
or the healing surges. But beyond that, level up.
Alright,
Fine.
Right.
understood.
As we also have inherent bonuses, we think we all get some pluses to our defenses at this point.
I
Yes.
don't, thanks to my, the magic item I have.
Right, yeah.
But you get to do, yeah.
But we have half our level, so everyone gets a +1. And then you have inherent bonuses kicking in if you don't have anything. So actually a +2 to most of our defenses.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Good
pretty damn
job,
good.
everyone. Valky, it was great. That was the longest use we've seen of living this island.
I loved
Yeah.
it.
More than a turn, it was great. And even though I missed the initial, it doesn't matter. As long as I have that effect, I can do
Yeah, we-
whatever I want.
Locked him
Good.
down.
Just stayed slowed for a while.
Gareth,
Hmm.
I don't know if I said it wrong, but you have 100 more XP than you wrote.
Okay.
4,200.
I probably just misheard it. I'll correct it.
So we don't. Just
Alright.
last turn. And I suppose we will. A lot of medium goals here. Not a lot of long-term things to do.
Yeah.
A lot of sort of moderate things that might take it.
We have 2 goal slots
Effort.
free now. Thanks to killing the Thayan excavation. I have one that I'll definitely fill with something.
These are the current goals, and then just to think about. Of course, you can also think if there's one goal you don't want to do, and just delete it. But that's always done after you pick the new ones. Basically making it free for the next. Probably more relevant when we get some really long-term goals that might just end up not being something the party wants to do after a couple sessions of not pursuing it, and suddenly you're in home years.
Yep, like we do.
Good. We did a good job, everyone.
Yeah.
We did. And
So-
yeah.
I shudder to think how that would have gone if the Thayan wizard, with his incredible initiative, gotten to act first.
Yep.
A full turn, with us 10 or more squares away.
Elite leader.
Yeah. I thought it was a solo. Almost it was so damn resilient.
Not quite a solo.
The
Solo would
other
have had
hard...
more interrupts and they have a lot of self-healing and removing conditions particularly. Solos are good at.
The other hard thing we had was was Pale Burgle, and we lured him, and imagine what he would have wrought to us had we...
Oh yeah. We saw what one hit from him did. It was bad.
Bad. Whap!
But yeah, we have. I'm also very pleased that we have managed to lure powerful opponents into positions of weakness. It does well for our characters, and I like that the opportunity is there.
Not all of them will be so greedy and
Stupid. No,
yeah, stupid.
but
It's the benefit of being small dragons. If there is one. People underestimate you still a little bit.
Good times.
Being an adult dragon probably be different.
no doubt.
Not a lot of.
Alright, everyone. Stream, fellow players, GM, see you all in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
See you all in 2 weeks.
See ya.
Unless
Thanks
we
for
pick
watching.
something in the chat before then.
I have so many hit points
Shut
now.
down the server.
Amazing.